మధ్య నుంచి ఫిలప్ చేసుకుంటూ వస్తే సౌకర్యంగా ఉంటుంది అందరికీ. కాబట్టి దీన్ని ఒక్కసారి కూడా గమనించగలం. 9:30 మన యొక్క కార్యక్రమం ప్రారంభమవుతుంది. ఓకేనా?
only for Narish.
మీరు మిడిల్లోకి వెళ్ళాలి సార్.
మిడిల్లోకి వెళ్తే అక్షయం రాదు
అంటే తర్వాత అంటే ప్రస్తుతానికి వే ఇవ్వండి. మహిళకి 2 కిందకి వెళ్దాం. మీరు ఇలా కూర్చొని
వచ్చిన ప్రోగ్రామ్
మీకు మళ్ళీ తగులుతుంది. ఈ రోజు మీకు ఓపెన్గా ఇలా కూర్చుంటే మీకు కంఫర్ట్. మీరు ఇలా వచ్చేసి
నేను ఇక్కడ ఉంటే ప్రోగ్రామ్ మీకు అంత కన్వీనియంట్ కనపడదు. నేను ఇక్కడ ఉంటా కాబట్టి మీకు కనపడదు.
ఉండే
ఆహ్వానితులందరూ ముందుకు వచ్చేస్తాము, ముందు నుంచి ఫిలప్ చేసుకుంటూ వెనక్కి వెళ్తామండి. మధ్యలో ఉన్నటువంటి 2 వరుసలు మాతృశక్తికి రిజర్వ్ చేయబడింది కాబట్టి ఆ 2 వరుసలు వారికి కేటాయించి మిగతా వరుసలు చివరి నుంచి వాటిని ఫిలప్ చేసుకుంటూ వచ్చేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. లైవ్ది మధ్యలో పెట్టుకుంటే బాగుంటుంది. ఇక్కడే వెనకలా డిస్టర్బ్ అయితే
ఈ సెంటర్ చూడు ఒకసారి ఎట్లా ఉన్నా.
ఈత ఉన్నటువంటి కార్డ్ ఎవరికైనా అందకపోతే ఒకసారి హ్యాండ్ రైజ్ చేయగలుగుతారు, వాళ్ళకి అందించేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు. వెనక ఇస్తున్నారు, కొంచెం అట్లా పాసాలు చేస్తారు. బాలకృష్ణ అడిగారు
రెండు అటువంటి కొన్ని అండి సార్ అక్కడ తమ్ముడు
ఆహ్వానితులందరూ లోపలికి రావాల్సిందిగా మనవి. ముందు నుంచి కుర్చీలన్నీ కూడా కూర్చునేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి. మొదటున్న సోఫాలు వదిలిపెట్టి మిగతా కుర్చీలన్నీ కూడా ఫిల్ అయ్యేట్లుగా చూడాలి. మధ్యలో ఒకసారి గ్యాప్ ఉన్న చోట కొంచెం మనం సర్దుకుంటే చివరి కుర్చీని ఖాళీ పెట్టేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే వచ్చేటువంటి వాళ్ళు కూర్చొని దానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అదొకసారి గమనించగలరు. మహిళా మాతృమూర్తులకి 2 వరుసలు కేటాయించబడింది. రిజర్వ్ చేసిన బోర్డ్స్ పెట్టారు అక్కడ. వారికి కేటాయించినటువంటి సీట్లలో వారు కూర్చోవలసిందిగా మనవి. మన ముందున్నటువంటి కుర్చీలు ఖాళీ లేకుండా మనం కూర్చునేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి. కాబట్టి వెనక ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా ముందుకు వచ్చేస్తే సరిపోతుంది. ఆఖరిగా వచ్చినటువంటి వాళ్ళకి కూర్చోవడానికి సౌకర్యంగా ఉంటుంది. ఒకసారి మనందరం కూడా గమనించగలము. మనందరికీ కూడా దేశభక్తి గీతం వందే మాతరం సంబంధించినటువంటి పత్రం ఇవ్వబడింది. గీతం యొక్క దేశభక్తి గీతం యొక్క అభ్యాసం ఉంటుంది. అభ్యాసం సమయంలో ఆ యొక్క పత్రాన్ని చూసి అభ్యాసం చేయవచ్చు. మొదటి కాలాంశం 10 గంటల నుంచి 11 గంటల వరకు ఉంటుంది. 11 గంటల నుంచి 11:35 దాకా టీ బ్రేక్ ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో మనం -1లో ఉన్నాము. ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో కారిడార్లో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఉంది. ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో టీ బ్రేక్ సమయంలో టీ స్నాక్స్ అక్కడ కూడా అందించబడతాయి. అక్కడ కూడా ప్రదర్శిని ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఏర్పాటు చేయబడి ఉంటుంది. వాటిని సందర్శిస్తూ టీ తీసుకునేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం మనందరం కూడా చేయగలుగుతాం. బయట ఉన్నటువంటి కారిడార్లో కూడా ప్రదర్శన ఏర్పాటు ఉంది. ఆ యొక్క ప్రదర్శనని కూడా మనం గమనిస్తూ సందర్శించేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేయగలరు. ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లోను అట్లాగే గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్లో కూడా దేశభక్తి సాహిత్యం స్టాల్ ఏర్పాటు చేయడం ఉంటుంది. పుస్తకాలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి స్టాల్ ఏర్పాటు చేసి ఉంటుంది. వాటిని సందర్శించి మనకు నచ్చినటువంటి పుస్తకాలని కొని మన ఇంటికి తీసుకెళ్లేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేయగలరు. గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్ ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో వాష్రూమ్ యొక్క బోర్డ్స్ పెట్టబడి ఉన్నాయి. ఆ బోర్డ్స్ ఆధారంగా ఉన్నటువంటి వాష్రూమ్స్ని మనందరం కూడా ఉపయోగించవచ్చును. వాష్రూమ్స్ కూడా మేల్ ఫీమేల్ 2 కూడా అక్కడ బోర్డ్స్ పెట్టబడి ఉన్నాయి. వాటిని మనం ఉపయోగించవచ్చు. క్యాంపస్ యొక్క సెక్యూరిటీ కారణాల దృష్ట్యా మనకు కేటాయించినటువంటి ప్రదేశాలలో పరిసర ప్రాంతంలోనే మనం ఉండవలను. మిగతా ప్రదేశాల్లో మనం వెళ్ళకపోవడం మంచిది. అట్లాగే సంఘ కార్యక్రమాల్లో చప్పట్లు కొట్టడము, వీడియో తీయడము, ఫోటో తీయడము ఇది మన సాంప్రదాయం కాదు. కావున ఈ సూచనని మనందరం కూడా పాటిద్దాము అనే మనవి. ఈ కార్యక్రమం యూట్యూబ్లో లైవ్ వస్తుంది, ప్రసారం అవుతుంది. తర్వాత యూట్యూబ్లో మనకి రికార్డింగ్ కూడా లభ్యమవుతుంది. కాబట్టి దాన్ని గమనించి మన యొక్క ఫోన్ యొక్క సైలెంట్లో కానీ స్విచ్ ఆఫ్ కానీ చేసేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేయగలుగుతాం. పెద్దలు వేదిక మీదకి 10 గంటలకి వచ్చు సమయంలో మనందరం కూడా లేచి నిల్చొని ఉంటాము. పెద్దలు వేదిక మీదకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత భారతమాత చిత్రపటానికి పుష్పాలను సమర్పించిన తర్వాత వారి స్థానాలలో వారు నిల్చున్నటువంటి యొక్క సమయం నిల్చున్న తర్వాత వందే మాతరం యొక్క గీతం ఆడియో ప్లే జరుగుతుంది. దాని అనుగుణంగా మనం వందే మాతర గీతాన్ని మనం కూడా ఆలాపన చేస్తాము. వందే మాతరం పూర్తి గీతం ఉంటుంది. మనకు వచ్చినంత వరకు ఆలాపన చేస్తాము. మనకు రానటువంటి దాన్ని శ్రద్ధగా వింటాం. నిలబడి పెద్దలు వేదిక మీదకి వచ్చినప్పటి నుంచి వందే మాతర గీతాలాపన పూర్తి అయ్యేంత వరకు మనందరం కూడా నిల్చొనే ఉంటాము. తర్వాత పెద్దలు ఆసీనులైన తర్వాత మనము మన యొక్క సీట్లలో ఆసీనులు అయ్యేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేయగలం. అట్లాగే జనార్దన్ బాబు దేశభక్తి పాట శ్రీ జనార్దన్ గారు అభ్యాసం చేయిస్తారు.
మనందరి చేతుల్లో ఈ పాట ఉంది కదండి. ఒకవైపు గీత్ ఉంటుంది, ఇంకోవైపు వందే మాత్రం ఉంటుంది. గీత్ ఒకసారి పలుకుదాం. ఒక చరణం నేను పాడి వినిపిస్తాను, ఒకసారి విందాం, తర్వాత మీరు ఫాలో అవుతారు. కానీ ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. రంగేదైనా రూపేదైనా, తీరేదైనా దారేదైనా, ఏ వేషం అయినా భాషేదైనా, నివసించే ఆ చోటేదైనా, మనిషికి వరసైనా కాకున్నా, ఇది మమతల బంగారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్తాను, మీరందరూ కూడా అనుసరించాలి. ప్లీజ్ రిపీట్ ఆఫ్టర్ మీ. ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. కొద్దిగా గొంతెత్తి అందరూ ఒకే గొంతుతో ఒకే శృతిలో పాడే ప్రయత్నం చేద్దాం. బాగా పాడుతున్నారు. రంగేదైనా రూపేదైనా, తీరేదైనా దారేదైనా, ఏ వేషం అయినా భాషేదైనా, నివసించే ఆ చోటేదైనా, మనిషికి వరసైనా కాకున్నా, ఇంకొద్దిగా దీర్ఘం రావాలది. మనిషికి వరసైనా కాకున్నా, ఇది మమతల బంగారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. ఋషి ముని జనము దేవత గణము, వేద జ్ఞానమై వెలసిన వనము, రామాయణము మహాభారతం, భాగవతము చూపిన పథము, సకల జనుల సుఖ జీవనయానం, సకల జనుల సుఖ జీవనయానం, ఇది విలువల మణిహారం విశ్వానికి ఆధారం ఇదే మన భారతం ఇలలో పూల రథం శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం అరవిరసిన మందారం ఇది జగతికి సింగారం ఇదే మన భారతం ఇలలో పూల రథం అస్త్రం శస్త్రం శాస్త్రం క్షాత్రం అర్చనకై అర్పించడి పుష్పం ధర్మనిష్ఠ కలిగించిన దీపం త్యాగ నిరతి తిరుగాడెడి ధూపం బ్రతుకే భారతికొక నైవేద్యం బ్రతుకే భారతికొక నైవేద్యం ఇది వీరుల వ్యవసాయం విను వీధుల కాషాయం ఇదే మన భారతం ఇలలో పూల రథం శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం అరవిరసిన మందారం ఇది జగతికి సింగారం ఇదే మన భారతం ఇలలో పూల రథం రంగేదైనా రూపేదైనా పూర్తి పంక్తి చెప్తాను. రంగేదైనా రూపేదైనా తీరేదైనా దారేదైనా ఏ వేషం అయినా భాషేదైనా నివసించే ఆ చోటేదైనా మనిషికి వరసైనా కాకున్నా మనిషికి వరసైనా కాకున్నా ఇది మమతల బంగారం ఇది జగతికి సింగారం ఇదే మన భారతం ఇలలో పూల రథం శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం అరవిరసిన మందారం ఇది జగతికి సింగారం ఇదే మన భారతం ఇలలో పూల రథం మన బ్యాక్డ్రాప్లో మనందరికీ తెలిసే ఉంటారు. ఈ చివర ఉన్నటువంటి వారు మన సంఘ సంస్థాపకులు పరమ పూజనీయ డాక్టర్ కేశవరావు బలిరామ్ హెడ్గేవారు. మనం డాక్టర్ జీ అని పిలుచుకుంటుంటాం. ఆ చివర ఉన్నవారు పరమ పూజనీయ మాధవ సదాశివ గోల్వల్కర్ ద్వితీయ సరసంఘచాలక్. వారిని గురూజీ అని మనం సంబోధిస్తుంటాం.
రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయంసేవక సంఘ శతాబ్ది సందర్భంగా దేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి వివిధ రంగాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రముఖులని కలిసి సమాచారం అందచేయడము, సంఘం యొక్క అభిప్రాయము, సంఘం యొక్క ఉద్దేశము తెలుపడము, అదే పద్ధతిలో రాబోయే కాలంలో సంఘం స్వీకరించబోయేటువంటి కార్యక్రమాల గురించి వివరించడము, వివిధ విషయాలపైన సంఘం యొక్క సామాజిక దృక్పథాన్ని తెలియచేయడము, అనేక మందిలో సంఘం పట్ల, సంఘం యొక్క సామాజిక దృక్పథం పట్ల ఉన్నటువంటి సందేహాలని నివృత్తి చేయడము, వీటి కోసము దేశంలో ఒక 4 ప్రదేశాలలో వ్యాఖ్యానమాల పేరు మీద విశిష్ట వ్యక్తుల యొక్క కార్యక్రమాలని ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ 4 ప్రదేశాలు ఢిల్లీలో, బెంగళూరులో, కలకత్తాలో వ్యాఖ్యానమాల కార్యక్రమాలు ఈపాటికే పూర్తి అయ్యాయి. బాంబేలో, ముంబైలో రేపు నెలలో ఆ వ్యాఖ్యానమాల కార్యక్రమము ఉంటుంది. వ్యాఖ్యానమాలతో పాటుగా వివిధ రాష్ట్రాలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి కేంద్రాలకి పరమపూజనీయ సర్సంఘచాలక్జీ పర్యటన యోజన చేయడం జరిగింది. అందులో భాగంగా మన యొక్క ప్రాంతానికి పరమపూజనీయ సర్సంఘచాలకులు 2 రోజుల పాటు కేటాయించడము, మన ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్నటువంటి సుమారుగా 52 రంగాలలో ఉన్నటువంటి విశిష్టమైనటువంటి వ్యక్తులని సూచీ తయారు చేసి ఎంపిక చేయబడి ఆహ్వానితులుగా తమరందరినీ కూడా ఆహ్వానితులుగా ఇక్కడికి వివిధ జిల్లాల నుండి, సుదూర ప్రాంతాల నుండి ప్రయాణం చేసి ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసి తమ అమూల్యమైనటువంటి సమయాన్ని ఇక్కడ కేటాయించి సంఘం గురించి తెలుసుకోవడము, సంఘం పట్ల ఉన్నటువంటి సందేహాలను నివృత్తి చేసుకోవడం కోసము విచ్చేసినటువంటి ఆహ్వానితులందరికీ కూడా స్వాగతం, సుస్వాగతం. రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయంసేవక సంఘ ఈ 2 రోజుల యొక్క కార్యక్రమము భవిష్య భారతం పేరు మీద మనం ఇక్కడ నిర్వహిస్తున్నాము. ఈ యొక్క కార్యక్రమం కూడా 10 నుంచి 11 దాకా పరమపూజనీయ సర్సంఘచాలక్జీ యొక్క భాషణ ఉంటుంది. 11 నుంచి 11:30 దాకా టీ బ్రేక్ ఉంటుంది ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో. 11:40 నుంచి మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడే మనం కలుస్తాము. సందేహ నివృత్తి, ప్రశ్నలు సమాధానానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి కాలాంశం ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత పరమపూజనీయ సర్సంఘచాలకులు చివరిలో మనకి సమారోప కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహిస్తారు. ఈ యొక్క కార్యక్రమంలో, భవిష్య భారతం యొక్క కార్యక్రమంలో మన మధ్య ఉన్నటువంటి సంఘ పెద్దల్ని పరిచయం చేస్తాను. మాన్యశ్రీ ఓకే మోహన్ గారు, వారు అఖిల భారతీయ సహశారీరక ప్రముఖగా మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తున్నారు. విజయవాడ కేంద్రంగా పర్యటన చేస్తుంటారు. మాన్యశ్రీ వెంకటేష్ గారు దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర సంపర్క ప్రముఖగా ఉంటూ బెంగళూరు కేంద్రంగా పర్యటన చేస్తుంటారు. దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్రం అంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, తెలంగాణ, కర్ణాటక 3 రాష్ట్రాలని మనం దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్రం అంటాము. వెంకటేష్ జీ దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర సంపర్క ప్రముఖగా మనకు మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. అట్లాగే శ్రీ భరత్ కుమార్ గారు, వారు దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర ప్రచారకగా భాగ్యనగర్ కేంద్రంగా పర్యటన చేస్తుంటారు. మాన్యశ్రీ దూష రామకృష్ణ గారు విశాఖపట్నం కేంద్రంగా వారు పర్యటన చేస్తుంటారు. మనకి దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర మాననీయ సహసంఘచాలకులుగా మనకి మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. మాననీయ నాగారెడ్డి హరికుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు, నెల్లూరు నివాసి, మన యొక్క ప్రాంత మాననీయ సంఘచాలకగా ఉంటూ మనకు మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. మాననీయ సుంకవల్లి రామకృష్ణ గారు తాడేపల్లి గూడెం కేంద్రంగా ఉంటారు. వారు మన యొక్క ప్రాంత సహసంఘ చాలకులుగా ఉంటూ మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. మన శ్రీ వేణుగోపాల్ నాయుడు గారు చిత్తూరు నివాసి, మన యొక్క ప్రాంత ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రాంత కార్యవాహగా ఉంటూ వారు మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. శ్రీ మాలపాటి శ్రీనివాసరెడ్డి గారు అనంతపూర్ నివాసి, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రాంత సహకార్యవాహగా ఉంటూ మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. శ్రీ విజయ ఆదిత్య గారు సరసంఘచాలక్ జీతో పాటు ఉన్నారు. వారు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రాంత ప్రచారకగా విజయవాడ కేంద్రంగా పర్యటన చేస్తుంటారు. శ్రీ జనార్దన్ గారు ఇంతకుముందు మన గీత్ పలికించారు. విశాఖపట్నం కేంద్రంగా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రాంత సహ ప్రచారకగా ఉంటూ మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. పరమపూజనీయ మోహన్జీ భాగవత్ గారు, వారు చంద్రాపూర్లో జన్మించారు. మహారాష్ట్రలో ఉన్నటువంటి చంద్రాపూర్లో జన్మించారు. వెటర్నరీ సైన్సెస్లో పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ పూర్తి చేసుకుని 1975వ సంవత్సరంలో వారు సంఘ ప్రచారకగా రావడం జరిగింది. మనందరికీ తెలుసు, ప్రచారక అంటే విద్యాభ్యాసం తర్వాత ఉద్యోగము, వివాహము, ఎలాంటి ప్రతిఫలాపేక్ష లేకుండా సమాజ కార్యంలో మమేకమై గత 50 సంవత్సరాలుగా సమాజ కార్యాన్ని నిర్వహిస్తూ అనేక స్థాయిలలో వివిధ బాధ్యతల్లో వారు సంఘ పని చేస్తున్నారు. విదర్భ ప్రాంత ప్రచారకగా, బీహార్ క్షేత్ర ప్రచారకగా, అఖిల భారతీయ శారీరక ప్రముఖగా, అఖిల భారతీయ ప్రచారక్ ప్రముఖగా, అట్లాగే 2000 సంవత్సరంలో మాననీయ సర్కార్యవాహగా వారు ఎన్నిక కావడం జరిగింది. 2009వ సంవత్సరంలో పరంపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలకులుగా నియుక్తి అయ్యి 2009 నుంచి పరంపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలకులుగా మనకి మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తున్నారు. పరంపూజనీయ మోహన్జీ భాగవత్ గారి యొక్క నేతృత్వంలో సంఘం సమాజంలో ఉన్నటువంటి అన్ని రంగాలలోకి వెళ్ళడము, సంఘం గురించి తెలియజేస్తూ దేశ విదేశాలలో పర్యటన చేసి మైనారిటీ యొక్క సముదాయాలలో కూడా వెళ్ళి సంఘ యొక్క విషయాలను తెలుపుతూ దేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి అన్ని రంగాలలోకి వెళ్ళి ఒక అవుట్ రీచ్ వారు సాధించారు. ఈరోజు వారి యొక్క మార్గదర్శనం మనందరికీ కూడా చేయడం మనందరి యొక్క సౌభాగ్యం. పరంపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ, మన యొక్క క్షేత్ర సహసంఘ చాలకులు దూసి రామకృష్ణ గారు, మాన్యశ్రీ నాగారెడ్డి హరికుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు 10 గంటలకి వేదిక మీదకి పెద్దలు విచ్చేస్తారు. వేదిక మీదకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత భారతమాత యొక్క చిత్రపటానికి పుష్పార్చన చేస్తారు. పుష్పార్చన తరువాత వేదిక దగ్గర వారికి కేటాయించినటువంటి స్థానం దగ్గర వచ్చి నిలబడతారు. వందే మాతరం సంబంధించినటువంటి ఒక ఆడియో ప్లే చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. వందే మాతరం యొక్క ఆడియో పూర్తి అయిన తర్వాత పెద్దలు వేదిక మీద ఆసీనులు అవుతారు. తర్వాత మనందరం కూడా మనకు కేటాయించినటువంటి సీట్లలో మనందరం కూడా ఆసీనులు అవుతాం. అట్లాగే ఈ 2 రోజుల పాటు భవిష్య భారతం యొక్క కార్యక్రమం నిన్న ఒక రోజు జరిగింది. 45 సంవత్సరాల లోపు ఉన్నటువంటి యువ ప్రతిభావంతులకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉన్నటువంటి యువ ప్రతిభావంతుల కార్యక్రమం నిన్నటి రోజున ఇదే ప్రాంగణంలో జరిగింది. ఈరోజు 45 సంవత్సరాల పైన ఉన్నటువంటి సుమారుగా 52 రంగాలకు 10 శ్రేణులు 52 రంగాలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి విశిష్ట వ్యక్తులని ఆహ్వానితులుగా ఈరోజు 2వ కార్యక్రమం ఈరోజు జరుగుతుంది. ఈ 2 రోజుల పాటు ఈ యొక్క ప్రాంగణాన్ని స్కూల్ ఆఫ్ ప్లానింగ్ అండ్ ఆర్కిటెక్చర్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి ప్రాంగణం ఇది. ఈ ప్రాంగణం యొక్క డైరెక్టర్ వారికి అట్లాగే ఈ యొక్క యాజమాన్యానికి అందరికీ కూడా రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయంసేవక సంఘం తరఫున ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేయడం జరుగుతుంది. వారు డైరెక్టర్ గారు మనతో పాటు కూడా ఈరోజు ఆసీనులు అయి ఉన్నారు. డాక్టర్ రమేష్ గారు స్కూల్ ఆఫ్ ప్లానింగ్ యొక్క డైరెక్టర్, వారు మనతో పాటు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి డైరెక్టర్ గారు, ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి స్టాఫ్ అందరూ కూడా చాలా మంచిగా సహకరించారు. రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయంసేవక సంఘం తరఫున వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేయడం జరుగుతుంది. అట్లాగే సెక్యూరిటీకి సంబంధించినటువంటి విభాగం సంబంధించి పోలీస్, మిగతా సెక్యూరిటీ విభాగంకి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేయడం జరుగుతుంది. పరమపూజనీయ సరసంఘచాలక్ జీ సంఘ వేదిక మీదకి పెద్దలు వచ్చేటువంటి సమయంలో సూచన ఉంటుంది. మనందరం కూడా మన స్థలాలలో లేచి నిల్చొని ఉంచవలసిందిగా మనవి. పుష్పార్చన, వందే మాతర గీతాలాపన తర్వాత వేదిక మీద పెద్దలు ఆసీనులైన తర్వాత మనం కూడా మన యొక్క స్థానాలలో ఆసీనులు కావాల్సిందిగా మనవి. అందరూ లేచి నిల్చోవలసిందిగా మనవి. వందే మాతరం. వందే మాతరం, వందే మాతరం, సుజలాం సుఫలాం మలయజ శీతలాం శస్య శ్యామలాం మాతరం వందే మాతరం. శుభ్రజ్యోత్స్నా
कुसुमित द्रुमदल शोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुर भाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद करले कोटि कोटि भुजै कृत कर करवाले अवलादनु मार्ग बोले बहुबलधारिणी नमामि तारिणी विपुदलवारिणी मातरं वन्दे मातरम् भूमि विद्या भूमि धर्म भूमि रीति भूमि मर्म त्वं हि प्राणाः शरीरे बाहुते तुमिमा शक्ति हृदये तुमिमा भक्ति कुमार प्रतिमा गणि मन्दिरे मन्दिरे वन्दे मातरम् त्वं हि दुर्गा दश प्रहरणधारिणी कमला कमलदल विहारिणी वाणी विद्यादायिनी नमामि त्वां नमामि कमलाम् अमलाम् अतुलाम् सुजलाम् सुफलाम् मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् श्यामलां सरलां सुस्मितां भूषितां धरणीं धरणीं मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् भारत माता की जय
వేదిక మీద పెద్దలు ఆసీనులై కావాల్సిందిగా కోరుచున్నాం. అట్లాగే మనకు కేటాయించినటువంటి స్థలాలలో మనం కూడా ఆసీనులు కావాల్సిందిగా ప్రార్థన. వేదిక మీద పరమ పూజ్య మోహన్జీ భాగవత్ గారు మన యొక్క రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయంసేవక సంఘ పరమపూజనీయ సర్సంఘచాలకులు వారు మన వేదిక మీద ఆసీనులై ఉన్నారు. మాన్యశ్రీ దూస రామకృష్ణ గారు దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర మాననీయ సహసంఘచాలకులుగా ఉంటూ మనకు మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. మాననీయ నాగారెడ్డి హరికుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రాంత మాననీయ సంఘచాలకులుగా ఉంటూ మనకు మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. పరమపూజనీయ సర్సంఘచాలకుల్ని కార్యక్రమంలో మార్గదర్శనం చేయాల్సిందిగా ప్రార్థన.
माननीय प्रांत सहक्षेत्र संघ चालक जी, माननीय प्रांत संघ चालक जी, उपस्थित सभी बंधु भगिनी. So actually this is not the margadarshan, this is introduction. I am introducing Sangha to you. Sangha is well known. RSS, these letters are now well known in the world. But what they stand for and what the Sanghwalas are doing, what is the actual intention and methodology, etc., etc., it is not known, it is not clear. People still, even the well-wishers of Sangha, still see Sangha on the basis of propaganda or perception, which is always misleading. The intentional misleading propaganda and narratives, keep them aside, but even the honest efforts to understand RSS, if they are done from outside and superficially, there is a lot of scope for misunderstandings. because Sangha is a unique type of work, kind of its own. Gaganam Gaganakaram Sagaram Sagaropama Rama Ravana Yor Yuddham Rama Ravana Yorivo. So sky is like sky. There is no other vast expanse which can equal the skies. Similarly, seas, oceans are long oceans. There is no that large water body available for comparison. So there is no other comparable known through which we can know Sangha. So you have to understand Sangha directly. And if you go on what appears, then again there is scope of misunderstanding. So we perform route marches, but we are not paramilitary. We learn lathi gati etc. in Sangha, but we are not akhada. There is music going on in Sangha, there is band, there are chorus songs and individual songs, plenty of them. But we are not a Sangeet Shala. About 1,30,000, more than that, Seva projects are being going on. So Sevaks, they work with their expense, their own expense of money and time, and taking society's help. But we are not a service organization. Our Swayamsevaks are active in all the fields, right from arts to politics. Everywhere they are working, and they are famous also. But we are not an association of artists, or we are not an association of politicians. We are not related to politics. So you have to experience the Sangha by going deep inside, experiencing it. It is very difficult to describe Sangha in words. But a description sufficient to assure you that what you are going to taste is not poison is possible. And I am going to do it, to describe you what Sangha is. Because Sangha has now become a center stage organization in Bharat. And people say that it is world's largest voluntary disciplined organization, non-governmental. And lot of influence is there of Sangha thought and Sangha Swayamsevaks. So naturally there is curiosity also. And necessity also is there that one who wants to know about Bharat must know about RSS. Now many nations, hitherto they were not aware of RSS. But suddenly, last 6-10 years, the curiosity about RSS has aroused, and they are coming and studying, asking so many questions. So to understand RSS, first, what RSS is, the more pertinent question, because there was a lot of anti-propaganda about RSS, it is better if we start with the question, what RSS is not. So RSS did not start as a reaction to particular situation or as an opposition to particular class of people or as a competition to various organizations working in our country, including the political parties. Sangha started to fulfill all the good work going on in our country for emancipation of our nation. After 1857, when we lost the war of independence, lot of churning went on in our society, and there were 4 streams which became active for the cause of our nation. One stream was, okay, we have lost once, but this is the only way. We have to take up arms and fight the British and drive them to get the independence. So up to Subhash Babu it continued. After 1945, or in 1947, we became independent. So armed struggle was not necessary. So that stream stopped there. But it gave so many glorious personalities for us to see and for us to follow them. Then there was another thought stream that we lost to British not because we hadn't power or arms or anything, but our common people were not political aware. So we have to train them, we have to make them aware of the modern politics, so that for the national cause they will come together and become active. And that political stream continued first in the form of Indian National Congress, and then so many parties came up, and till now that stream is going on. But after independence somehow it got corrupted, and now we know what politics is going on. There was third stream who thought that we want to compete or win independence from the British, so we have to be superior society than them, and our society is inferior. We are riddled with so many divisions. We are selfish. We are infected with so many superstitions and rudies and paramparas. We have to get ourselves out of that. And so reform movements, they went on. Still they are going on. But they became somehow island in the sea of people. In a village nearby Nagpur, there were 38 castes living. And Mahatma came there and started the caste eradication work. But after so many years now, this happened before independence. Now in that village, those original 38 castes are there, and there is 39th caste which doesn't believe in casteism. Unfortunately, that happened like that. And there were saints like Swami Vivekananda, Swami Dayananda Saraswati, who told us to go back to basics, go back to roots, understand, educate our society, get them rid of the poverty and ignorance. And then only when we awaken to our own self, we will be independent, really. Dr. Hedgewar, who was the founder of Sangha, was a born patriot. Since childhood, he was involved in all the national movements. In the primary school, even he was studying there in 3rd class. The celebration of Silver Jubilee of Victoria's coronation, that happened here also. We were slaves of British. So government schools had the programs and sweets were distributed. So Keshav Hedgewar, he took the sweet and threw it into dustbin. So naturally teacher asked, wondering, you did not eat sweets, why did you throw them? He said, this is not sweet, this is poison. Those who enslave us, coronation of their queen is not a matter of celebration for us. It is our condolence day. And sweets you distribute on that day are poison. That type of mentality was there in him since his childhood. He lost his mother and father in the age of 13 on the single day, within the distance of 1 hour. Plague was going on in Nagpur and father used to go and serve the infected people, cremation of the bodies, etc., etc. He himself contracted plague and mother also. And both died on the same day, 1 hour, one after another. Thereafter, he had to go through various hardships because there was no income. It was a lower middle class family. His father was Purohit. After his death, elder brother was there, but he was more interested in Pailwani, Akhada. He did not earn much. And the second elder brother, he went to Indore for next further studies. So he had to go with so much difficulties, but always he kept his first class, within first 10 of his class, and then he never shunned himself from any public activity. In 10th class, he organized Vande Mataram movement in schools of Nagpur. So schools were closed by police, and they started investigating who is behind this. But after 4 months also, they could not fathom out who was the perpetrator. So compromise was there, a nominal apology should be offered, and students should enter the classes. On the door, teacher will stand and will ask, so it was wrong to do this, no? Then they should just nod or say yes. This was the nominal apology. But 2 students from Nagpur, they declined to offer this also. They said, is it our right to sing praises of our motherland? Who are British to ban us from that? That is not a crime. In our dreams also, we will never offer apology. So those 2 were restricted. One of them was Keshav Hedgewar. Then there were Rashtriya schools run for such very students active in national movements. So he entered that, but that school also was closed by the British. So he appeared privately and came in first class. So the then leaders in Nagpur, they contributed some money and sent him to Calcutta for medical studies. Medical studies was a reason which appeared to be, but the real intent was to contact the Anushīlan Samiti, which was the coordination committee of revolutionaries, All India Coordination Committee, and establish the revolutionary work in western parts of Bharat. So he did both jobs excellently, passed after 4 years the final examination of registered medical practitioner in first class, and he became core committee member of Anushīlan Samiti during that period. And he was entrusted the responsibility to establish revolutionary work from the area from Rajasthan to Telangana. And that he did very well. But by that time, the movement fizzled out due to its internal some faults. And then naturally he came back. He had decided, he had taken oath before Kali Mata not to think of his own life in this life. All his career, etc., those issues he postponed for next life. In this life only my country. So he joined the Home Rule movement, the non-cooperation, and he travelled in Vidarbha area. He became member of Congress, member of their provincial body, and travelled everywhere in the villages, gave speeches, aroused people for independence. So he was tried for sedition. And in that trial for sedition, he pled his own case and he gave the defense, and he started with the question, who gave right to the British to come from abroad and rule our country? Is there any law allowing them to do this? Independence is the fundamental right of every individual. That is the world accepted norm. And there is no law that British should rule India. Their occupation is illegal. Therefore, your government is illegal. Your courts are illegal. Magistrates, sir, you are also illegal. I don't agree with your power. I don't accept that you can try me. I told people to be independent, which is their right. And I told them the ways in which they can earn the independence. That is nothing criminal. So judge sentenced him to 1 year rigorous imprisonment and remarked that his defense speech is more seditious than the speeches for which he was tried. That type of person he was. And therefore, during all this activism, he had close contacts with Gandhiji, Lokman Tilak, Savarkar, Subhash Babu, Dr. Ambedkar. All these personalities came into his contacts, Bhagat Singh, and there were discussions. And then he realized that the experience of these illuminaries and his own experience tallies. And one thing everyone has in his mind is that the issues we are fighting for will be resolved one day, because we are with all our might, all our life, we are trying to solve them. That will happen. But what is the guarantee that the same issue will not crop up again? The British were not the first aggressors. Aggression started before Alexander, and British were the 8th. Why from thousands of miles over the 7 seas, people come in handful of numbers. In no way they are superior to us, they are inferior to us. And they come, and in our own country we get defeated and become their slaves. And this happens not once, 7 times. So what is the guarantee that after British, a 9th aggressor will not come and will not make us slaves? There are some deficiencies in our society. Unless we cure them and make society unified and qualified, unity and quality of this society is the guarantee that these issues will not come again. And someone must to do this work. This work will fulfill all the other efforts that are going on. But we don't have time. We have each selected our issue and we are all out after it. So someone else has to do it. So Dr. Edgewar said, okay, every other issue is addressed by some great man. So I will try to do this work which can fulfill all the works. So he experimented for some 8 to 10 years. And then he discussed, and with some young men he declared that this Sangha uniting whole of the Hindu society, he has started on the Vijayadashmi of 1925. But he didn't tell what to do. He knew what to do. He had experimented. But he just asked everybody to sit together, think together, decide and do. In this manner, after Sangha was created, declared to be starting, the Sangha Karyakartas, they experimented on the methodology. In 1939, that methodology was fixed, 14 years after Sangha birth. And that methodology is the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangha. If you see Sangha through lens of BJP or the government or Vishwa Hindu Parishad or Kisan Sangha or Vidyarthi Parishad, you will not be able to know Sangha properly. Because all these works, Swayamsevaks are working there. But they are independent, autonomous, separate. Their organizations have their own bodies, their own funds. They are conducting their own affairs. A popular misconception is that we do not control. We cannot control anybody. We don't have any sanction. We are not rulers, we are not wielding law. Our work goes on the basis of friendship. Shuddha Satvik Prem. Nothing else. We don't have any other sanction. So we cannot control anybody. Out of their own volition, due to their heart's urge, people work. So we do not control them, directly or indirectly. We have given them a particular thought, we have given them a particular discipline. On that basis, they go and work for the welfare of the society in the fields of their choice. They are our Swayamsevaks always, but what they do is their own. For example, in a family there are 5 brothers and they have their own businesses. They will meet together, talk together about businesses also, give advice to each other, maybe sometimes help each other, but they will not own the business. Business is of a particular brother. That type of arrangement is there. Sangha doesn't do anything. Sangha does only one work. All that is required to be done in the society is done by these Swayamsevaks separately with their autonomous apparatuses and independently. Help is there. We can help any good work done by anybody. We don't see the ideology, etc. in those aspects. Whatever is beneficial for the society, if we are able to help it, we do help it. So this methodology is Sangha, and this is the method to organize the entire Hindu society. Why society? Because parties, governments, individuals and organizations like Sangha, they are only helpers. They are not the owners. They are servants. Owner is the Samaj, the society. When society changes, all these things change. When society doesn't, change in these institutions or individuals is ineffective. They all follow public opinion, public trend of behavior. So if we want to change the fortune of our country, we have to change the society. That will lead to change everywhere. Other way, it will not happen. Horse before the cart. That is the usual thing. Cart before the horse will never work. So, we organize the entire society. Again, we are not trying to form a powerful organization within the society. Because again, it will be some organization in the society which will be helping, which will not be causing the change. So, it is not an organization in the society, it is the organization of the society. And it is the organization of Hindu society. Why Hindu? Because Hindu is the responsible society for Bharat. Actually, the society of Bharat is Hindu society. This Hindu word was not coined as a noun. It was coined as an adjective. You see, when Babur started his invasion of Bharat, he came to Punjab, and Guru Nanak was there present in one city where he invaded, and he had so much destruction. Guru Nanak Dev Ji has described it. And in the end he says, Hindu महिलाओं का शील नहीं रहा, मुस्लिम महिलाओं की अस्मत नहीं बची. Now he used two words, Hindus and Muslims. Muslims is clearly defined. Allah is the only God, Quran is the only guidance, and Paigambar Sahib is the last one. After him, nobody. He is the ultimate. If you don't believe any of this, you are not Muslim. And there were such others. Vaishnavas were there. Shaiva, Shakta, Ganapatya, Saur, Jaina, Bauddha. All those were there. But he didn't take all these names. He took two names, Muslims and Hindus. So what is the defining character of the Hindus? Which is the group which includes Shaiva, Shakta, Ganapatya, Saura, Jaina, Bauddha, etc. The only common thing within these is that they say that our way is the right way, but your way also is the right way. So my way is different, your way is different, it is all right. You trade your way, I trade my way. We believe in our own ways and we also respect and accept your ways or others' ways. We are going to reach the same goal. So we need not quarrel which path is right. We tread our own path, respect other paths, and we stay together, work together. There is no need to quarrel. We have to work in coordination, work in samanvaya. That common feature qualifies us to be included in the group Hindu. That is the legacy of Bharatvarsha. Because our ancestors found the truth that existence is one. It appears diverse and sometimes contradicting each other. But in spite of all the different appearances, everything is one. And therefore we are related. Everybody else is our brother. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam should be our worldview. And we find this, and finding this truth also endows us with a permanent happiness, Shashvata Sukham. So we have to give this to the world. And for that, an apparatus should be made. That apparatus is Hindu nation. Bhadram icchantarushaya swaravidaha tapo diksham upase duragri tato rashtram balam ojasya jatam. The well-meaning Rishis, they had the very hard penance, and out of that our Bala, Oja and Rashtra came. That is our history. So since time immemorial, we are the most inclusive, all-inclusive set of people which has acquired this nature, which is Hinduness. And we became of this nature because of our Bharat Mata. We had plenty, we had safety, and therefore we had time. So world stopped in the midway when in its search after happiness. We did not stop. World stopped after searching outside, we started searching inside, and we got this truth. It was because we were prospering and we were safe. If it had been a Registan, like Arabs, might be we also would have turned into a soldier community. If it had been a Europe, which gives where the land gives very less, you have to earn everything by commerce, we would have been the society of the commercial mentality. We are not. We are dharmic. Dharma that holds together, binds together, prospers everybody, makes everybody prosperous together. That dharma is our speciality. Dharma which upholds life, sustains life. That we have to give from time to time to the world. For that, as an apparatus, Hindu nation has been there since eons. All upheavals in our history, we changed many things, but we never let go of Dharma. Till date, till today, in this type of downfall of our society, ethically, still we are preserving that Dharma. That is what Hindus are. So in a way, in Bharat, 4 kinds of Hindus are there. There is no Ahindu. First type is Garva se kaho hum Hindu hai. Another kind is okay, we are Hindu and will remain Hindu. But what is there to be proud of? Everybody is proud of himself. What is there to be so much elated about it, etc.? Okay, we are Hindus. Third type is Oh, don't talk loudly. We are Hindus, but we will not accept it publicly. Because we will lose some benefits. And fourth one is, they are Hindus, but they have forgotten. And efforts are underway to make them like that, so that they should remain forgotten. And also add other sections of the Hindu society to that type, we are not Hindus. So those who say that we are Hindus, let them be organized first, let them life be superior. So those who are away for selfish interest will have to come as Hindus together. And those who have forgotten will start remembering. Organization of the entire Hindu society. Easy questions first. So organization of the Hindu society. Those who say that we are Hindus. And what is our say to those who say we are not Hindus? We say you are Hindus. You just remember. Today or tomorrow, you will realize it and you will come to us. Organization of the entire Hindu society. Hindus are responsible. And therefore, this organization is going on. Because it is an organization of entire society, yes, there are so many differences of opinions, there are so many language, states, etc., political parties, castes. But we don't pay attention to it. We say one thing, we are Hindus. If you want to eradicate all these differences, then they cannot go by beating them. If we beat them with lathis, how can darkness be dispelled by beating it with lathis? If you want to dispel darkness, you have to light a lamp. So okay, these things are there are problems, but if you want to come out of that, we have to behave, we have to create a longer line. And that is, we are all Hindus. And we have a duty to do. As a nation, we have to give balance, give love, peace to the world. That time has come. And we have to get prepared. That is why Sangha is working. And of course, 100 years have passed. Those were not very easy 100 years. Initially, we didn't have any support. Men, money, ammunition, we didn't have any. Nobody believed that Hindus could be organized. Nobody believed that Hindu is relevant. The talking of Hindus is something out of this time. No, days have gone. Hindu society is a dying society. Hindus cannot be organized. They cannot walk in single direction. 4 Hindus cannot walk together in single direction unless there is 5th one to carry to Smashan. That was the thing. So our thought was not accepted. We didn't have any money. Dr. Hedgewar never practiced. He did not earn for himself also. And the initial Karyakartas were mostly students. So there was no funding, no means to propagandize. Government was always anti-Sangha, British government. So in the dearth of means and ammunition, we had to create our own men and make them work. And then after that, when Sangha grew a little, since 1930s, opposition started. First was the British government. They tried to ban in Central Province Assembly. Sangha was prominent there only one day, nowhere else in Bharat. So the assembly brought a rule: the government servants should not send their children to RSS. Government servants means even municipality workers. So Dr. Hedgewar, he talked with many persons, and in the assembly of Central Province, the thing was debated and government was defeated. Those who argued for Sangha, they included one Christian and one Muslim also. But then other politically active persons of our own society, they felt endangered. If Sangha grew, it will be a competition. Unnecessarily they thought like that. Sangha has no political interest. Sangha doesn't want power. Sangha wants the society up to a certain quality. But they felt like that, and then the opposition started. Thrice we were banned, our chakas were invaded, our scientists were killed. Still some incidents happen. And we don't have any other sanction. Out of their nishtha, from their heart, people work for Sangha. And this very bitter and hard opposition was overcome by our Swayamsevaks after 70 years constant effort. And now society is at peace with us. Society believes us. Society wants to hear us. Society wants to cooperate with us. But still we have to go by the same route. Prosperity may bring relaxation, which is harmful. So now we are at it. We are trying to keep our values and grow our work, because we have to grow. We want to organize the entire society. So people who call themselves Hindus, out of 142 crores, at least 100 crores are there. So our members, our Swayamsevaks number, I think 70 lakhs. So at least 3 to 5 crores we have to achieve those numbers. So we have to grow. 10 groups, villages together form a mandal. There are about 60,000 mandals. We are in 38,000. We have to grow. There are some 6,75,000 places in Bharat, villages, towns, cities, metropolis. We are in about 80 lakhs. After this Shatabdi year, we hope to reach 1,25,000. So we have to grow. So the first thing we visualize as our agenda after the completion of this Shatabdi Varsha is the Vistar, extension of our work to nooks and corners of the country, to be able to reach every family. And the caliber of our Karyakartas, because when such type of vast expanse of work is created, naturally there are expectations and we should be capable to fulfill them. So we have to increase the quality of our workers. That is the first agenda. We call it Vistar and Drudikaran. Expansion and consolidation. Then secondly, we have to still go long way, and time is of importance. Actually, we are in race with the time. World situation and also situation inside our country demand the early rise of such a strength. And our work has its own speed. We cannot exceed that speed. This is not work of propaganda. We have to go from house to house, door to door approach, man to man talk, heart to heart talk, man-to-man contact, heart-to-heart talk. So, we have to increase the speed, but we cannot increase the speed of our work. But there is a vast number of Sajjan Shakti in our population. People like you, who are thinking, who are working in different fields, maybe with different ideologies, but honestly, selflessly, for the good of the society. Whatever they do, they try to achieve excellence in that. So that number we call Sajjan Shakti. And that Sajjan Shakti is at least 40 times bigger than the Durjan Shakti. Whatever bad is happening, media only shows that because negative things become news. Positive things never become news. But the fact of the matter is 40 times more good things are happen than bad things. So there should be a network of this Sajjan Shakti. They need not merge together, they need not form a group agitating for something. They just need to do whatever they are doing. Do it with more speed and more force. And they should know that we are not alone. And the society must be in an atmosphere of following the Sajjan Shakti, not the Bollywood and political role models. If there are good people in that, they are also in the Sajjan Shakti. But that is the rarity there. And therefore, in the society we have to create this atmosphere. Sajjan Shakti has to be networked so that people will follow the Sajjan Shakti. Yadyada chariti shrestha tatta devetaro jana. Like that it should happen. And then after we get this type of atmosphere, we have to tell everybody that our country is a country of diversity. There are many worships, many languages, many provinces, many castes and subcastes. Though we want to come out of that, they are still there. And there are so many ways of living. Because geography is different of every region. But still, as a society, as a nation, we are one people. And we call these people Hindus. Because Hindu means acceptance and respect of every diversity. How to live together, how to manage diversities, how to manage dualities of human life. All these things are there in our tradition and world needs them. We have to create our own model, Bharatiya model of life in modern times, so that humanity world over, which is tumbling now, they had many experiments done for achievement of the happiness and bliss and peace in human life. But each and every experiment failed up to now. It could not bring complete satisfaction of the expectation which they were made. Because inherently they had the faulty basis. They don't have the connecting principle. So they start that everything is separate, and then how to get connected? So there has to be give and take, contract. So contract-based society, and therefore everybody is different. So everybody has his own interest, and there are so many people, and ends are endless and means are limited. So there is competition for survival, struggle for existence, survival of the fittest. And to be fit, you have to hog more and more. So exploitation of nature. And then asserting on rights. But our society is based not on contract, it is based on relations. We are all related. घट घट में राम है, सबके अंदर आत्मन है, जड़ चेतन पवित्र है. There is divinity in every particle of this universe. And therefore we are related. So our struggle is not individual struggle. It is a common struggle of the universe to tread forward on the path which was designed for it by, say, destiny or by God. And we are all in it together. So there is no survival of the fittest. Fittest would help everybody else for survival. There is no struggle for existence. There is a cooperation and coordination for existence of everybody. And humans, being the superior beings in the creation, have to give most. That is dharma. Shibirana, you know the story. A doe came to Shibirana's court, very frightened because a hawk was chasing him. So Shibirana gave him shelter, and the hawk came and he asked, where is the doe? I want to eat it. Shibirana says, it is my dharma to protect the hawk. It is my praja and it has been seeking my shelter. I have given him shelter. I will not let you eat. He said, you are talking of dharma. It is your dharma to protect the doe. But you forget that nature has given me the dharma. I should eat the doe. I cannot eat grass like you. I have to eat the doe. Otherwise I will die. To keep me alive is my dharma. So how can you speak of dharma after you destroy my dharma? Now Shibirana doesn't say you are wrong. He says you are right. You have to eat meat. But you do not have to eat dough. You have to eat meat. I accept that. So you don't eat the dough. I will give you my meat in the equal weight. I will cut my bahu and give you meat. You eat that. That is how human beings have to give most to do this. That time has come and only Bharatvarsha can do it. Because this is our tradition, this is our legacy. For this very cause our nation was created. It is our Ishvara Pradatta Kartavya. To prepare our society for that is the task of Sangha. Sangha does only this one work, organizing the Hindu society. After this work is over, Sangha doesn't want to do any other work. This is the Sangha. So understand Sangha like this. If you want to understand Sangha, you have to come and see us from inside. You can come and go as you please. There is no compound and gate, etc., etc. No formality. You can just come to Shaka, see how Shakas are run. You can come to our Shibirs, our Sangha Shiksha Vargas, etc. You can see us from inside. Talk freely with anyone. You can see Sangha workers and Sangha families. Organizations are independent, autonomous, separate. Sangha has only shakas, Swayamsevaks and Sangha households. You can see them. And then if you like, you can join. Yes, I like Sangha, but I cannot join due to the programs. Now I cannot play in the dust. I cannot perform that exercise. I have my restrictions. Okay. There are so many works by Swayamsevaks are going on the basis of same thought, with different methodologies, different atmosphere. There are gatividhis, which are the non-political initiatives which bring about the change in the atmosphere of the society and behavior of people. There is Pancha Parivartan. during this Shatabdi, we are going house to house and we are having sammelans. And we are giving some 5 actions, simple actions, without any expense, without any extra provision of time. Every individual and every family can adopt to those initiatives. There is Samajik Samarasata. So Samajik Samarasata, you understand equality, the spirit behind the equality, the spirit on the basis of which equality materializes. But this is just information, this is just a speech. We have to act. So whatever our reach in the society, geographically, if we are a person of the district, so in our periphery, so many kinds of Hindus are there. We see Hindus as one homogeneous society. But people see castes, languages, everything. How many types of Hindus are there? In each type, I should have my own friend. And my family should have one friend family in each type. So mingling of friends, working for each other, that happens normally. That should happen. That we can do. We don't want to spend more money or more time for that. Whatever we are doing in that only, we have to contact people, nurture our friendship and create those relations. Paryavaran, environmental protection. It is a big issue, but we can start from our home. Ped lagao, plastic hatao, pani bachao. These 3 things we can do very easily. Kutumba Prabodhan. Once a week in the evening, on the appointed time, everybody from our household should come to house. Have your bhajan according to your shraddha, then have homemade bhojan properly, and then just have gupshup, chit chat for 4 hours, 3 hours. Everybody should be present. Even a small kid and the elder. All should be present. 3 topics. What is our family? What is our kula? Kula riti, kula parampara. What our kula purvajas have done. Great job. Do our present position is properly aligned to that? What improvements are necessary? How should we do? Just discuss. Don't preach or don't dictate. When consensus is reached, you have to apply it in your home and in your own behavior. Second topic is, who are we? We are Bharatiyas. What is Bharat? भारत के बनो, उसके लिए भारत को जानो, भारत को मानो. So, what are the changes in our behavior, in our keep up of our house, in our family? Because we are Bharatiyas. Discuss, and whatever consensus is reached, apply. Whatever and whenever. If consensus are not reached, then the discussion will go on. And the third topic, I spend time and money for myself daily. I spend time and money for my family daily. My family and I myself are what we are because of my own country. What time and money I invest in my country daily. What we do for my country daily. Everybody can do something. Some small thing will help. Again, discuss this. Each family member should take his own sankalpa and fulfill it. This is Kutumba Prabodhan. We call this Mangal Samvad. If you start it after, say, 6 months, then slowly everything will start changing. And then when that happens, you can call your neighbors also to see what you are doing. If they like it, they can also do that. Then Swabodha. We are Bharatiyas, Swa. So at least it should not be forgotten. So first we have to manage our home. Inside our home, Swabhasha, Swabhusha, Swabhajan, Swabhojan, Swabhavan, Swabhraman. Bhasha, Bhusha, Bhajan, Bhavan, Brahman, Bhojan. Inside our home, we should talk in our mother tongue. Inside our place of staying, we should talk the local language. We must know this. English is not necessary inside our home. So why do we sew and embroidery? By embroidery, we write welcome on our pillow. Nobody English speaking is going to put his head on that pillow. It is not compulsory to do our signature in English. Everywhere we can change our signature. In our Matrubhasha it will be there. Such small things, Swabhasha. We do not oppose English. As a language you should study. As a language, as many languages there in the world, if you can study, you do. But you must know your own language. You must know the language with which we can talk the people of our country. It should be our language. Similarly, Bhusha, times are changing and dress also changes. But we should know how to wear our traditional dress. And in our own functions, marriages, etc., 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 we should be in that dress. भोजन, अच्छा घर का बनाया भोजन करो. It is always healthy. And if you grow vegetables in your gallery, gamle mein kheti, etc., you will get non-poisonous vegetables daily without mingling of any chemical fertilizer. घर का भोजन. अपने घर में अपना भजन. Once our Sheshadriji went to a household. He stayed there for 2 days. So a small girl child was there, going to a convent school. He came in the afternoon from school. So Sheshadriji was free. He started talking with the child. He said that Krishna Chitra was there, Balaji. What is that? The child answers, it is my grandmother's God. Oh, grandmother's God. It is not your God. No. Who is your God? She said, Jesus. Okay, Jesus is not bad, but Jesus is not our God. We respect Jesus as Christians have faith in him. Okay. But which is my God? My ancestral God is my God. But that doesn't happen. Be aware. In every home, this infection gets in and we are not aware of it. That is why apna bhajan, apne ghar mein. All this arises out of who we are. We know that. We are aware. And we have to preserve it because it is under invasion by so many forces. And then on that basis, Swadeshi. Start from yourself and your own. हमारे देश में बनता है वो घर में होना चाहिए. घर में बनता है वो बाजार से मत लाइए. बाजार से तब लाना जब किसी का रोजगार उस पर चलता है. We had a custom after Sankranti. There is one day called Bhogi. So people used to take out all the utensils from home and go out of the village. Most of them were earthen in those days, and they used to throw them away and break them. And then while coming back through the potterers' basti, Kumbaro ki basti mein se, they used to purchase all the utensils again. So for 1 year, the rozgar, employment for those potters was assured. We have many such customs in our. We purchase outside because the rozgar, employment is provided by this transaction. And therefore, our countrymen should get the employment. We should not get the goods from outside. If in our country that is not available, if we can do without it, we should do without it. But if it is life-saving and something, drugs or something which is most necessary for life and have to purchase from outside, okay, then you can. On the policy level, whatever is we can produce in our country, we should produce in our country. We should not take it from outside. But in international trade, that exchange goes on. Even if sufficient oil is produced in our country, we have to purchase palm oil sometimes. We have to purchase some dal, etc. That is part of the exchange. Okay, we can do that. But it should be done through our free will. Not because Trump Sahib will bring some tariffs, etc. Not under pressure. That is Swadeshi. And the last one is, you have to observe the rules. We have a constitution. That constitution makes our nation a nation for all. But because our constitution makers were of Hindu mentality, it is so. See, after partition of a country, Pakistan became separate. They said, this is for Muslims. And partition was on that basis. For Hindus, Hindustan. But our constitution said that everyone can live here. Why? Because we are Hindus. Therefore, we don't declare our nation as Hindu nation. Pakistan broke down into two on the basis of Bharatiya language, Bengali. But the Bangladesh ultimately turned into, again, for Islam. Why? Because there were no Hindus, or Hindus were suppressed. So, our constitution is a product of Hindu mindset. We should know what is the preamble, what is the duties of citizens, what are the guiding principles, and what are the rights. These 4 chapters we should go through from time to time, and we should teach them to our younger generation. Then again, through that constitution, laws have come, rules have come. You have to observe them, because in an independent country, Bhagini Nivedita says, in an independent country, observance of civil discipline and civil consciousness is the form of Desha Bhakti in daily life. So we have to be careful, pay your bills, pay your taxes in time. Don't jump red light. Stand in a queue where you are expected to stand in queue. When take-off time, it is announced that please close your mobiles, keep them on silent or flight mode. You have to do that. But I don't see it happening. You also must have seen the small rules. there is a tendency to not to mind them. That is wrong. That is the indiscipline. Habit of indiscipline starts with this. So habit of discipline also should start with observing such small rules. Whenever there is some agitation, we have to agitate. There is some grievance, and in democracy it happens. But there is also a method in agitation prescribed by the Constitution. We should stick to that. Otherwise, agitation means stone pelting on buses, burning of tires. This is not good. So observe these rules. It is social discipline. And also there are unwritten rules. Bow before your elders. If you do not, nothing will happen. It is not legally a crime. But habit of bowing before your elders makes you contain your ego. And that is very beneficial thing for our life. It makes you more human. Such unwritten rules, traditional rules, which are now relevant of the modern times, they should be observed. These 5 actions, you can even today, after going back from this program, you can start doing it. No expense, no extra time. Whatever you do, in that you have to do this. And it is very easy to do it when you start. This is Pancha Parivartam. You can also lend your hand in promoting them. Whatever time you have, whatever your taste or inclination towards particular activity, if you have a theme, we have a team. If you have a team, we have a theme. We have to become active. It is time now, high time now. We must become active in the interest of our nation. Because there are efforts going on. Those who are afraid of India's Bharat's rise, they know if Bharat becomes superior, then all the selfish motives will be hampered. Their expectation of world domination will not materialize. So powers that be are trying to suppress rising Bharat. And Bharat can surpass all those efforts when whole society rises as one for their country, for their nation. You can do this. You can either come to Shaka directly, work in some responsibilities, or do all these things. Or you are doing some good work already, okay. We will be in contact, we will help each other. You don't want our help, okay, we will simply be in contact. If you are doing anything honestly, with excellence, without any self-interest for the nation, whether you know Sangha or not, whether we know you or not, you are our Sangha. That is our supposition. So, I appeal to you to become active in whatever way you can. Whether you join Sangha or you do not join Sangha is not that important for us. Of course, we have to grow, and if you join, it is well and good. But if not, our only interest is Tera Vaibhav Amar Rahe Ma, Hamad Dine Chara Rahe Na Rahe. The nation should prosper. History should write that the nationals of Bharat, they made Bharat superior. Not that RSS came and it changed the nation. We don't want credit, we don't want popularity, we don't want power. To this end we are working, and we are going to work. Sometimes people ask when this work will be finished. I answer, I don't know. You have to go to some astrologer. But if we can finish it tomorrow morning, we will do it. And if we cannot, we are going to work till we finish it. With this determination, Sangha was started, and that determination still continues. Please come inside, see Sangha, decide for yourself, but be active for the nation. What is our nation? That should be very clear in our mind. No confusion. We are a Hindu nation. We have a message to deliver. Our nation has a destiny to fulfill. We have to give that message. And we have to build a capable nation which will deliver that message. With this, I stop here. In next session, I will have to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
మనం లేచి ఉంటాం. అరగంట తర్వాత మనం బ్రేక్ తీసుకొని మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడే మనం కలుస్తాము. టీ కాఫీ అన్నీ కూడా ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో మనకి ఏర్పాటు చేసి ఉంటాయి. మనందరం కూడా అక్కడ మనం తీసుకుంటాము. అందరు లేచి పైన ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో టీ స్నాక్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసిబడి ఉంటాయి. అక్కడే ప్రదర్శన కూడా ఉంటుంది. అక్కడ మనం 11:45 మళ్ళీ మనం ఇక్కడ కలుస్తాం. వెనక నుంచి వెళ్ళొచ్చు. ఇది రిస్ట్రిక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది. సెక్యూరిటీ రీజన్స్ దృష్ట్యా ఈ వేని రెస్ట్రిక్ట్ చేశారు కాబట్టి వెనక నుంచి మనం ఎగ్జిట్ అవుతాం.
లైవ్ కెమెరా వెళ్ళిందా ఇక్కడ కాదు చెప్పేది లైవ్ స్టార్ట్ అవ్వాలి కదా వెళ్ళిందా ఏది లైవ్ దేనికి వెళ్తుందో నాకు తెలుసు ఇది లైవ్ వస్తుందా లాగిన్ అవ్వండి లాగిన్ చేసుకోండి కదా వైఫై ఏదో ఒక రోజు అవ్వాల్సిందే అదే నీకు ఇందాక నేను ఏం చెప్పాను నిన్నట్లాగా ఇవాళ లైవ్ వెళ్ళాలని చెప్పాను నాకని చెప్పాలి కదా నువ్వు కావాలంటే ఇస్తాను వైఫై నువ్వు చెప్పాలి కదా
కింద తీసుకొచ్చి
లైవ్ వెళ్ళాలని చెప్పాలి కదా
అటెండెన్స్
పుస్తక పరిచయం శ్రీ వాసు గారు ప్రాంత సహ ప్రచారం పరిచయం చేస్తారు.
డాక్టర్ హెగ్డేవార్ ది ఎపోక్ మేకర్ ఏ బయోగ్రఫీ ఇంగ్లీష్లో సాహిత్య సింధు పబ్లికేషన్ బెంగళూరు వారు ఈ పుస్తకాన్ని పెద్దలు మాన్యులు స్వర్గీయ శ్రీ హెచ్వి శేషాద్రి గారి మార్గదర్శనంలో ఈ పుస్తకాన్ని బెంగళూరు కేంద్రంగా ముద్రించారు. ఈ పుస్తకంలో డాక్టర్ జీ యొక్క జీవితానికి సంబంధించిన విషయాలు, వారు ఈ స్వాతంత్రోద్యమంలో పాల్గొంటూనే భారతదేశం యొక్క విశ్వగురు స్థానం పొందాలనే ఆలోచనలో రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయం సేవక సంఘాన్ని స్థాపించడానికి ముందు జరిగినటువంటి సమాజంలో ఉన్నటువంటి పరిస్థితులను అధ్యయనం చేసి ఆ పరిస్థితులన్నిటినీ రాబోయే తరాల్లో ఎటువంటి స్థితిలో సమాజం ఉండాలి అని ఆలోచించి ఉన్నటువంటి వారి భావాల మొత్తాన్ని కూడా ఈ పుస్తకంలో పొందుపరచడం జరిగింది. ఈ పుస్తకం మనకి సాహిత్య నికేతన్ విక్రయశాలలో దొరుకుతుంది. రెండవ పుస్తకం శ్రీ గురూజీ దృష్టి దార్శనికత. పెద్దలు మాన్యులు శ్రీ రంగాహరి గారు, స్వర్గీయ రంగాహరి గారు ఈ పుస్తకాన్ని ఇంగ్లీష్లో రచిస్తే నవయుగ భారతి భాగ్యనగర్ ప్రచురణ సంస్థ తెలుగులో అనువదించి మనకు అందేలాగా చేసింది. గురూజీగా పిలుచుకునే మాధవ సదాశివరావు గోల్వార్కర్ గారు 33 సంవత్సరాలు రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయం సేవక సర్సంఘచాలక భారతదేశం మొత్తం పర్యటన చేసి వారు 33 సంవత్సరాల్లో చేసినటువంటి మార్గదర్శనం పరంపరాగతమైనటువంటి ధర్మము సంస్కృతులను ఆధునిక పరిస్థితులకు ఎట్లా అన్వయించుకోవాలి అని చెప్పారు. ప్రపంచ శాంతికి హిందూ సమాజమే ఆధారభూతమవుతుంది అని చెప్పినటువంటి ఈ విషయాలన్నీ కూడా ఈ పుస్తకంలో, తెలుగు పుస్తకంలో మనకు అందుబాటులో ఉంటాయి. మూడవ పుస్తకం RSS ఏ విజన్ ఇన్ యాక్షన్. ఇది బెంగళూరుకు సంబంధించినటువంటి సాహిత్య సింధు ప్రకాశన్ వారు ముద్రించారు. ఈ పుస్తకము ఇంగ్లీష్లో ఉంటుంది. పెద్దలు మాన్యులు శ్రీ హెచ్వి శేషాద్రి గారు ఈ పుస్తకాన్ని ఇంగ్లీష్లో రాశారు. కేవలం సిద్ధాంతమే కాదు, ఈ సిద్ధాంతాన్ని స్వయం సేవకులు, కార్యకర్తలు ఆచరించి క్రియాన్వయం చేసి సమాజంలో ఎటువంటి ఫలితాలు, విజయాలు సాధించారు అనేటటువంటి అంశాలు, ఇవన్నీ కూడా వాటి గణాంకాలతో సహా ఈ పుస్తకంలో పొందుపరచడం జరుగుతుంది. సంఘం యొక్క దృష్టి క్షేత్ర స్థాయిలో ఉన్నటువంటి కార్యాచరణ రూపం ఎలా మారిందో చెప్పడానికి ఈ పుస్తకం సాక్ష్యంగా మనకు కనబడుతుంది. మూడవ పుస్తకం ఆగస్టు 27, 28, నాలుగవ పుస్తకం ఆగస్టు 27, 28, 29 తేదీల్లో 2025 పరమపూజ సర్సంఘచాలక్ గారు మోహన్జీ భాగవత్ గారు ఢిల్లీలోని విజ్ఞాన భవన్లో 3 రోజులు చేసినటువంటి వ్యాఖ్యానమాల హిందీలో 100 సార్లుగా సంఘయాత్ర నయాక్షితి ఇప్పుడు ఏదైతే RSS 100 years భవిష్య భారతం దృష్టి దిశ బ్యానర్ ఉందో అట్లా ఢిల్లీలో జరిగినటువంటి కార్యక్రమంలో ప్రతి లబ్ధ ప్రతిష్ఠితులైన వ్యక్తులు దేశంలో ప్రపంచ దేశాల నుంచి అందరూ పాల్గొంటూ 3 రోజుల పాటు జరిగింది. 2 రోజుల పాటు వారి భాషణ, 3వ రోజు విజ్ఞాన సమాధానాలకు సంబంధించిన పుస్తకాన్ని సాహిత్య నికేతన్ విజయవాడ వారు తెలుగులో అనువదించి మనకు అందుబాటులో చేశారు. ఈ 4 పుస్తకాలు కూడా సంఘం యొక్క మూలమైనటువంటి సిద్ధాంతము, రెండవది తాత్వికత గురూజీ పుస్తకం గురూజీ దృష్టి దార్శనికత, మూడవది ఆచరణ, నాలుగవది భవిష్యత్తులో సంఘం ఎట్లా ఉండాలి, ఎట్లా నడవాలి, సమాజం ఎట్లా ఉండాలి అనేటటువంటి మార్గదర్శనం చేసేలాగా ఉపయోగపడతాయి. కాబట్టి ఈ 4 పుస్తకాలు అందరూ కొన్ని చదవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను.
వీడియో మోడ్, వీడియో 3.
మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో సేవాభారతి సంఘ యొక్క సేవా కార్యక్రమాలు సేవాభారతి ఆధ్వర్యంలో జరుగుతుంటాయి. వాటికి సంబంధించిన ఒక 15 ప్రకల్పాలు, ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ బ్రీఫ్గా మనకు వీడియోలో చూస్తున్నాం. ఇది శ్రీకాకుళం జిల్లా బోర్డర్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఘనసర అనే గ్రామంలో గ్రామ వికాస్ ద్వారా, గ్రామీణ వికాస్ సమితి ద్వారా జరుగుతున్నటువంటి డెవలప్మెంట్ యాక్టివిటీస్. వివేకానంద మెడికల్ ట్రస్ట్ విశాఖపట్నం, 50 సంవత్సరాలు పూర్తయింది మెడికల్ ట్రస్ట్ స్థాపించి. ఈ సందర్భంగా మన విజయదశమిలో మరో కొత్త వివేకానంద డయాగ్నోస్టిక్ సెంటర్ ప్రారంభమైంది. అందులో 3 బ్రాంచెస్గా ఉన్నాయి. హాస్పిటల్, ఒకటి ఓపీ, ఐపీ, డయాగ్నోస్టిక్ సెంటర్, అక్కడ 3. గత 50 సంవత్సరాలుగా మెడికల్ ట్రస్ట్ ద్వారా ట్రైబల్ ఏరియాలో మెడికల్ క్యాంప్స్, ఇప్పుడు కూడా కేవలం ఓపీ 50 రూపాయలకే మన వరకు ఉండేది, ఇప్పుడు 100 రూపాయలు చేశారు దాన్ని. నచికేత విద్యార్థుల ఆవాసం కాకినాడ, సింగిల్ పేరెంట్ ఉన్నవాళ్ళు, అలాగే పేద విద్యార్థులకి, కోవిడ్లో తల్లిదండ్రులు కోల్పోయిన విద్యార్థులు, ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఒక ఉచిత హాస్టల్, అక్కడ అదే ప్రాంగణంలో టైలరింగ్ సెంటర్, వీళ్ళందరికీ విద్య, సంస్కారం ఇవన్నీ కూడా నేర్పిస్తుంటారు. వివేకానంద మహారోగి ఆరోగ్య కేంద్రం, బొమ్మూరు, రాజమండ్రి, కుష్ఠరోగుల నివారణ కేంద్రం ఇది కూడా సుమారుగా 50 సంవత్సరాలు పూర్తయింది ప్రారంభమై. రిహాబిలిటేషన్ సెంటర్ ఇది. అదే ప్రాంగణంలో ఒక హాస్పిటల్, సూర్య దేవాలయం, గోశాల ఇవన్నీ కూడా నిర్వహిస్తున్నారు. సేవాభారతి
విజయవాడ చుట్టుపక్కల ఏరియాల్లో సుమారుగా 116 అభ్యాసికలు నడుస్తున్నాయి. ఫ్రీ ట్యూషన్ సెంటర్స్ అండి ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ కాలనీల్లో ఉండేటువంటి ఏరియాల్లో నడుస్తున్నాయి. సేవాభారతి విజయవాడ ఆధ్వర్యంలో మొన్న విజయవాడ వరదల సందర్భంగా చేసినటువంటి సేవా కార్యక్రమాలు, సుమారుగా 1 వారం రోజుల పాటు సేవా కార్యక్రమాలు చేశారు విజయవాడ మహానగరంలో. అభ్యాసికల ఆధారంగా సంవత్సరానికి ఒకసారి వార్షికోత్సవం నిర్వహిస్తారు. ఆ వార్షికోత్సవంలో బాలమేళ, మాతృఛాయ, నూతక్కి,
తల్లి తండ్రి లేని అనాథ పిల్లల కోసం గత 40 సంవత్సరాల పైగా నిర్వహిస్తున్నది మాతృఛాయ, నూతక్కి దగ్గర విజయవాడలో. మనం అనాథలోనే పదం వాడం, అమ్మ ఒడి, ఇక్కడ మాతృఛాయ. అనేక మంది, వందలాది మంది విద్యార్థులు మాతృఛాయలో చదువుకొని ఉన్నత విద్యను అభ్యసించి జీవితంలో స్థిరపడిన వాళ్ళు. మనం విజయవాడ వాసులు అందరూ కూడా సందర్శించవచ్చు. ఇది గుంటూరులో శారదా పరమేశ్వరి నిత్యాన్నదాన పథకం. ప్రభుత్వ ఆసుపత్రిలో రోగులకు, వాళ్ళతో పాటు ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళ సహాయకులకి నిత్యాన్నదాన కార్యక్రమం ఇది. అలాగే గుంటూరు సేవాభారతి ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఫ్రీ మెడికల్ క్యాంప్స్, మంచినీటి పథకము, ఫ్రీ ట్యూషన్ సెంటర్స్, అభ్యాసిక అంటారు, అవన్నీ కూడా స్లమ్ ఏరియాస్లో గత 4-5 దశాబ్దాలుగా జరుగుతున్నటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు. జై భారత్ హాస్పిటల్ నెల్లూరు.
జై భారత్ హాస్పిటల్ నెల్లూరులో 150 పడకల హాస్పిటల్ ప్రస్తుతము 24 డిపార్ట్మెంట్లతోటి నడుస్తుంది. ఆపరేషన్ థియేటర్, ఐసీయూ, డయాలసిస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్తో సహా కలిపి 24 డిపార్ట్మెంట్లతోటి అతి తక్కువ ఫీజుతోటి నడుస్తున్నది. దీంట్లోనే 10 బెడెడ్ ఫ్రీ ట్రైబల్ హాస్పిటల్ కూడా ఉన్నది. ఇదే జై భారత్ హాస్పిటల్ కేంద్రంగా చుట్టుపక్కల గ్రామాలకి ప్రతిరోజు కూడా మెడికల్ సర్వీసెస్ వెళ్తూ ఉన్నాయి. మరొక న్యూ జై భారత్ హాస్పిటల్ నిర్మాణం జరుగుతోంది. జై భారత్ హాస్పిటల్కి అనుబంధంగా మల్లెల రామయ్య నర్సింగ్ కాలేజీ, ఒక నర్సింగ్ కాలేజీ కూడా జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. దాని ల్యాబ్స్, కొత్త హాస్పిటల్, కొత్త భవన నిర్మాణం జరుగుతున్నది. తిరుపతి శ్రీమాత బాలికల ఆవాస కేంద్రము, ఆడపిల్లల యొక్క ఆవాస కేంద్రం ఇది తిరుపతిలో జరుగుతున్నది. శ్రీమాత బాలికల కోసము మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఏకైక ఆవాసము శ్రీమాత బాలికల ఆవాస కేంద్రము, వాళ్ళకి అక్కడే కంప్యూటర్ శిక్షణ, దాని పక్కనే మన సరస్వతి శిశు మందిరం స్కూల్ ఉంటుంది. ఆవాసం నుంచి ప్రతిరోజు కూడా స్కూల్కి వెళ్ళి చదువుకొని మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అనేక రకాల సంస్కారాలతో పాటుగా టెక్నికల్ నాలెడ్జ్ కూడా వీళ్ళు గెయిన్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు.
స్వామి దయానంద గురుకులం గ్రామీణ బాలుర ఉచిత వసతి గృహం అనంతపురం సంబంధించి గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి తల్లి తండ్రి ఇరువురు లేనటువంటి పిల్లలు, అట్లాగే సింగిల్ ఆర్ఫన్ అన్నటువంటిది, వీళ్ళందరినీ కూడా గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల నుంచి తీసుకొచ్చి వాళ్ళకి విద్యాభ్యాసము, అట్లాగే వాళ్ళకి అకామిడేషను, వాళ్ళకి స్థానికమైనటువంటి పాఠశాలలో విద్య, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఉంటాయి. మాధవ గురుకులం కదిరిలో ఉంటుంది, అనంతపురం జిల్లాలో. పిల్లలకి గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి బాలురకి సంబంధించినటువంటి వసతి గృహం ఇది. కదిరిలో సేవాభారతి ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఇది జరుగుతుంది. గత 6 సంవత్సరాలుగా మాధవ గురుకులం జరుగుతుంది.
కర్నూలులో నిర్వహిస్తున్నటువంటి సేవాభారతి హాస్పిటల్ సేవలు ఇవి. ఉచిత క్యాన్సర్ పరీక్షలు, హాస్పిటల్, దీంతోపాటు అన్నపూర్ణ విద్యార్థుల వసతి గృహము, అన్ని చోట్ల పిల్లలకి విద్యార్థులకు సంఘశాఖ సంస్కారాలు. భక్త కన్నప్ప గురుకులం స్వర్గీయ పుల్లారెడ్డి గారి స్వగ్రామం అయినటువంటి గోకవరంలో కర్నూలు జిల్లాలో నిర్వహిస్తున్నటువంటి గిరిజనుల కోసం, చెంచుల కోసం నడపబడుతున్నటువంటి ఆవాసం ఇది. కర్నూలు జిల్లా ఆత్మకూరు దగ్గరలో ఉంటుంది గ్రామం. సంఘమిత్ర సేవా సమితి నంద్యాలలో నిర్వహించబడుతున్నటువంటి ఆవాసం ఇది. ఇక్కడి నుంచి కూడా వందలాది మంది విద్యార్థులు చదువుకొని ఉన్నత విద్యను అభ్యసించి జీవితంలో స్థిరపడిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో సుమారు 300కు పైగా సేవా కార్యక్రమాల ప్రకల్పాలు నడుస్తున్నాయి. అందులో కొన్ని చూసాం మనం.
పరమపూజనీయ సర్సంఘచాలక్ జీ వస్తున్నారు. అందరూ కూడా లేచి నిల్చొచ్చుగాని మనం అంశాన్ని కృష్ణమోహన్ గారు నిర్వహిస్తారు. కృష్ణ వారు చదువుతారు. ప్రశ్న తర్వాత పేరు కూడా ఎవరు అడిగారు అన్నటువంటిది పేరు కూడా చెప్తారు. కృష్ణమోహన్ జీ ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహిస్తారు.
I will read the questions in the next sector in each subject item wise. First is the economy. How can India simultaneously improve skills, productivity and dignity of labor while ensuring welfare support does not dilute the work culture and self-reliance? Question by Putluri Bhaskar Rao.
So 2 key words are there in the question itself. Dignity of labor and self-reliance. So as long as there is dignity of labor, welfare schemes will not dilute the work culture. Because those who do not work and get some alms will not That has to be installed. That is not there now. How much do you earn is not important. How do you earn it? That is important. So, if I earn 1 lakh rupees a month salary, I am respected. But 1 lakh rupees worth goods are produced by somebody. A farmer in the small drought area farm, or a weaver working on a handloom or power loom, he is not respected. I cannot eat those 1 lakh rupees, I cannot wear the 1 lakh rupees. But those who provide goods by work of their own hand, they are not respected. That has to be corrected. And secondly, self-reliance. When there is an urge to be self-reliant, then there is a pride. So I got my own farm, that is a pride. Whatever job I want, I am serving someone. But when I am farming, I am running my own business. I am owner of myself. That type of pride, if it takes root, then skills are improved, productivity is increased, and work culture is not diluted. So we have to start with this pride in being self-reliant and dignity of labor.
Is Swadeshi relevant in today's globalized economy? How can Swadeshi evolve beyond slogans and into daily lifestyle for common people? Question by Tota Rajasekhar.
Swadeshi is always relevant since time immemorial, and it will remain relevant because Swadeshi is related to our independence of an individual as well as independence of a nation. And therefore it is always vitally important, always relevant. Even in today's globalized world is not globalized in the economic sense. Everyone is protecting his own interests. Now what America is doing, you know. Make America great again is going on. And American interests have the foremost priority in all matters. That is how nations behave. Always they are behaving like that. For talk's sake, they are talking very big things. But no one is trying to do it. Everyone is seeing their own self-interest. And therefore, the economy is not really globalized. It is nation-oriented still. They tried to globalize it, but those who tried to globalize it, they came out of globalization. World Trade Organization, they said it is not relevant. They came out. So these are all slogans. We should see to the ground to earth reality. And how can we Swadeshi be evolved beyond slogans into daily life? That I told you just in my lecture. You have to start with yourself and your household. So be Swadeshi, Swabodh and Swadeshi. On policy level, then you have to give importance to, in a country like Bharat, instead of mass production, production by masses, decentralized production. You should put emphasis on research and excellence. Then you have to encourage entrepreneurship, help our people. In our country, most of the GDP and Rozgar, that is employment, is provided by small and medium scale industries, cooperative sector and self-reliant sector, self-employment sector and agriculture. So these are our strong points. We have to make them strong. We should not let them fall weak. And we have to make in India. by research and other things, and by cooperation with other nations, give and take in international economic affairs, it is a must. But we should always keep the vision to bring knowledge here, technology here. So our relations with other countries should help our self-reliance, not hamper it. On policy level, that type of effect should be there. It has started now. It is not yet perfect, but definitely it has started, and some thoughts like these, the will of our rulers and also international compulsions are propelling us towards the very same direction. So it will happen.
Next is education. Post implementation of NEP 2020, what additional reforms are needed to integrate indigenous knowledge and cultural values into India's educational system while ensuring inclusiveness and adherence to constitutional principles? Why should we not include our Sanatana Dharma into education system despite RSS supporting the present government at center? Questions by C. Sudhakar Reddy and Brahmananda Reddy.
I think phrasing has gone wrong. Despite RSS supporting the present government, for that matter, RSS doesn't support any government or party or individual. RSS supports national good. Whatever government does it, we support. We support the national policies. We do not support parties, governments, etc., etc. But implementation of NEP is still to materialize fully, because teachers training has to happen, one thing. So it is quite behind. We have to increase the speed. Secondly, NEP is there now into force, but mentally the structure, political as well as administrative, the structure has not yet fully accepted the NEP mindset, and we have to correct it there. Otherwise, some forces will do everything to hamper the MEP coming into implementation. So these things are to be taken care of, then NEP will come into practice fully. And cultural values and indigenous knowledge only ensure inclusiveness and adherence to the constitutional principles. Going in reverse direction will always damage this inclusiveness and adherence to constitutional principles. For example, up till now, there was no NEP, so our real history was hidden. So we were told that Archimedes found that principle, discovered. But we were not told that Bodha and Sutra, 900 years before Archimedes, also mentions the same theorem. They did not teach us that. So it was not balanced. It was tilting towards one ideological extreme. NEP gives you a content of course which doesn't tilt right or left. It remains firm on truth. What has happened, this has happened. Whether you comment in its favor or not, it has happened. That type of attitude is there when our cultural values are there. Our cultural values are like that. Satya. Satyam bruyat, priyam bruyat, ma bruyat, satyam apriyam, priyam chana anrutam bruyat. That is the rule. So it ensures inclusiveness and adherence to constitutional principles. As I told you, the constitution is a product of Hindu mind. Hindu mind. Hindu doesn't mean a puja or a particular type of ahar, shakahar or mansahar. Hindu means dharma. And even Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar saw the importance of dharma. He has mentioned it many times. Dhamma. So that dharma mindset has given rise to our constitution. And therefore, Sanatan Dharma or cultural values, indigenous knowledge will never be countering those. And on the contrary, it is the only way to assure inclusiveness and adherence to constitutional principles. Why should we not include our Sanatan Dharma? What do you mean by Sanatan Dharma again? The Sanatan Dharma has been described in Bhagavat, not Mohan Bhagavat, Srimad Bhagavat, to be standing on 4 legs of Satya, Karuna, Shuchita, Tapas. If you teach these 4 values, rest is the choice of the individuals. I keep myself fast on those 4 values, but I do not believe in personal God or any God. I do not believe in worship. Ayam me hasto Bhagwan. That is my principle. Like Vedas. Vedas say Ayam me hasto Bhagwan. मैं अपना हाथ जगन्नाथ कहते हैं हिंदी में, like that. So पुरुषार्थ. Oh God help me, oh government help me, oh RSS help me. No, I will help myself. That type of confidence and purushartha is there. If he is following Satya, Karuna, Shuchita, Tapas, he is still dharmic. So what do you mean by Sanatan Dharma is very important, and Sanatan Dharma should be included not only in our education system, in our home atmosphere also. Our young generation should get that value education. It should be imbibed from atmosphere in our family and behavior of our elders. That also should happen. So, because RSS supports national policies, whenever our opinion asked, we always talk of this. Dharma should be included, not dharma ene, puja nahi. This sustenance of the world life. Dharana dharma ityahu yato abhyudaya nishreyasa siddhisa dharma. That should be included. That is value education. And value education is a must for human beings.
How can the Ekatma Manav Darshan be effectively disseminated to all sections of society in the present day context to translate from philosophy to practical action through education and politics? Question by Kalyana Chakravarti.
Oh, education and politics alone cannot do this. First, you have to create models. And our Swayamsevaks are at it, many other fellows. On the basis of philosophy of Ekatma Manav Darshan, can you improve a village? Can you protect cow? Can you protect the environment? Can you address the modern problems? Government also has to create models. Politics also has to create models. On societal level, Sangha Swayamsevaks are working and they are creating many models of Ekatma Manav Darshan. It is अभी क्या है वो you have given the book about vision in action, huh? You will find examples in that. So we are in Gram Vikas, we are in Go Sarakshan, we are in Paryavaran. Our interventions, our Swayamsevaks intervention through various organizations in the policies. For example, Mazdoor Sangha has created the entirely new model of the labor world. And that has been very curiously discussed at international level. That is the expression of Ekatma Manav Darshan into labor field. That is happening. Vidyarthi Parishad, our Swayamsevaks there have taken whole of the educational community as Shiksha Parivar. And students should inclusively think of everything integrally. and think about students' problem. That they are doing. So these models have been created by various organizations, not by organizations but by gatividhis, the activities of Swayamsevaks, like Grama Vikas, etc. These models should be studied. Vidya Bharati. The model is based on Ekatma Manadarshan, Panchakoshatmak Vikas. That is the very basis of Ekatma Manadarshan. Sharir Man Buddhi Atma, Dharma Artha Kama Moksha. The government or politicians have to take cognizance of this and see what they can do to include this in policy implementation. And to some extent they are doing that. The Ekal Vidyalaya concept, Vidya Bharati education methodologies concept, all these things have been studied by the governments and have been recommended by various government agencies also. So first on the societal level we have to create the models which will be picked up by the state administration or politicians and will be given some due shape in the government administrative structure and be implemented. That is the way. So it has taken in societal action, it is firmly rooted now and it will grow. But government has yet to act fully. They have started, but they will increase their inclusion of Ekatma Manadarshan in their actions. This will happen.
What is the opinion of RSS on UGC's promotion of equity regulations 2026?
Now it is under the court's jurisdiction and Supreme Court is going to proclaim the verdict and that we will have to obey, all of us. So that will be our opinion. For now we know only this much, that with good intention it was brought and as per content there is nothing untoward, protecting the weak, that is the spirit. But the drafting etc. created some ambiguities. And also this should not be utilized for ulterior purposes and misused. For that there have to be some checks that are absent. That is the lack. They have to correct it. But anyway, Supreme Court has taken the cognizance. They have stayed the regulation and they are going to proclaim their verdict on that. After they proclaim it, we will all accept it.
Is from Sri Jairam Reddy. According to major subject system in UG courses in NEP 2020, pupils are preferring mathematics and sciences and not humanities, which is a warning bell for future teaching faculties for these subjects. What is the RSS alternative plan to solve this? This question is by R. Vasudeva Rao.
I told you RSS does only one work, running shakas, creating Swayamsevaks. Swayamsevaks have to all do all this. And Swayamsevaks must be paying attention to it. In the field of mathematics and basic sciences also, there are no teachers now. Because those who take science invariably go either to medical or engineering, architecture, etc. Nobody is there to teach the basics of education, basic topics of education. So this is a general medicine, not only concerning humanities. Actually, we are driving our children towards what is not possible for everybody to do. Everybody cannot be a doctor. Everybody cannot be an engineer. Everybody cannot be an architect. Everybody cannot be a businessman. In our system, we should bring this counseling according to caliber, what is the best career for him. That should be advised. Because these are the paying professions Parents are driving our children without considering what is their caliber. That is wrong. Career is not in earning. Career is in excellence. Lokmanya Tilak's son wrote him a letter. Dear father, you are a mathematician. Therefore you wish me to be a mathematician. But what if I am not interested in mathematics? What if I am interested in producing a shoe? Tilakji answered him, if you want to learn how to produce shoes, you do it. I don't have any objection. But remember, if you learn shoemaking, then you learn it in a way that people should say that if you want to have or want to purchase a shoe, go to Tilak's, purchase the shoes made by him. That should be your reputation. That is career. Whatever you do, you should do it excellence. If you are Safai Karmachari, people should say, send him to our area. He is the best. That is dignity. That is honor. What I do is honorable because it is the best I do. ये करियर है. हम ये बताते नहीं बच्चों को. हम बताते करियर मीन्स 1 crore per annum package with perks. That is not career. तो हमको अपने आप को सुधारना पड़ेगा. Parents have to improve themselves. Then this problem will come into. चलो.
Next topic is global affairs. What role Bharat should play in shaping the global order over the next decade? Question by Siddha Bharat.
Not next decade, sir. Next 1,000 years at least. You see, the humanity has undergone so many experiments in the search of happiness for last 2,000 years. And none of them has produced complete results. They have produced certain byproducts due to which now humanity is slowly coming to the brink of destruction. And nobody knows what is the go out, what is the way out. Because on those incomplete principles, not false, not wrong, but they are definitely incomplete. Because they do not consider the entire organism, entire human being, entire world. No, they consider only the visible part of it. So what is a human being? We can see a body. This body is human body. We can also feel the mind, yes, and we can see the intellect. See now, we can see the effect of intellectual capacity. So we say mind, body and intellect. But there is fourth principle, it connects all these three and makes them work together, brings the emancipation of all the three together. Artha and Kam, we know it. Ends are endless and means are limited. Science to manage the ends through limited means is economics. We also know that after this Artha and Kam, one day man gets nausea. So he has to come out of this. So salvation, liberation, we know. But what connects all these three brings them about together? That is dharma. They don't know dharma. They don't know the connecting principles, and therefore all the experiments, material and spiritual, they failed. A religion of peace became a religion of inhuman destruction. A religion of peace became a religion of chal kapat. The science which was intended to liberate the man has is making man irrelevant now. AI will take the place. So machines will take the place. And all the progress of humanity is destroying humankind also, along with the nature. And nobody knows the way out. So everybody is looking towards Bharata. Bharata has to create its own model of all-round development of individual, families, whole nation on the Dharma principle. The Dharma-based model of life must be demonstrated to the world by Bharat. That is the role. For that, every individual, every family should be geared up. And within coming decades, we have to give that model in every aspect of life, so that world can see it, study it, and on the basics, they can construct their own form of Dharma-based their life. That is the role of Bharat. We should prepare for that.
Next topic is Hindutva, religion and caste. Question is, can there be an anti-conversion bill that can be implemented across the country? Question by P.S. Srinivas.
There can be if everybody supports it. But today's custom is those in power, they do everything right in their own eyes. And they do everything wrong in the eyes of opposition. So if they bring conversion bill, it will be opposed where they are not influential. So it cannot be a counterfeit bill. If the oppositions go into power and brings this bill, those who are now in power will oppose them, because it is brought by those who are in power. In that type of politics, making a good all India law is always a circus, and no one can predict what happens. The Goraksha bill, all India, is not coming due to the very same thing. So I don't think it is practical, but theoretically, yes, it can be done. It should be done also, but it cannot be done.
There is a big controversy about Shirdi Sai Baba trying to create split among Hindus. What is RSS opinion on this? Question by J. Madhusudan Gupta.
No, it is meaningless. Shirdi Sai Baba has been there for now about 250 years in Maharashtra. Hindus are not split there. Shirdi Sai Baba was one of the group of santas at that time, contemporary. The Gajanan Maharaj of Shegaon and some 3-4 who brought out the spiritual awakening among the common people, took Vedas to the moon. Shirdi Sai Baba started Ram Navami and Vijayadashmi in Shirdi. It is still going on. No Muslim who is religiously a little trained follows Shirdi Sai Baba. Shirdi Sai Baba is worshipped by only Hindus. And there is no split. His vichar, his upadeshas, they are all Sanatan Dharma, nothing else. There is no split. I think if there is Shraddha about something, we should not create unnecessary contrast. Because being different in worship doesn't create any split, any rift in Hindus at least. Because Hindus say, Jaki rahe bhamana jaisi prabhu muraktin dekhe. How can they be split on these lines? If they have forgotten Hindutva, they can be split on these lines. So that split is not brought about of Shirdi Sai Baba, if it is there. It is not there. But if at all some sort of this shift is there, rift is there, it is due to lack of knowledge of Dharma in Hindus. So I don't think this controversy has any meaning.
Hindus are marrying late and following the norm of one or none, while followers of other religions are marrying early and getting more children, causing demographic changes. How can we convince Hindus against this? Question by J. Ram Reddy.
How can I answer you? I am not married. But anyway, so I always tell there have to be 3 children, because this debate is going on for a long time. So I started conversing with some doctors. What is the scientific fact? They said that from 19 to 25 years one should marry. And marriage at that age and 3 children helps you health-wise, health of the offspring and health of the parents. It can be maintained in a nice way if this happens. Secondly, for the future of your family, you can plan early. And it is wise to have children early, so you get more time to bring some income to get them raised. A psychologist said that if there are 3 children in a family, they learn to manage their egos well. So their family life in future will be undisturbed. There will be no divorce, etc., etc. No ego problems. Then a population expert said that birth rate below 3 is danger, and birth rate below 2.3, you are on the decline. So it is better to stay above 3. Then I went to National Population Policy. They said 2.1. Now in mathematics, 0.1 is rounded to 2. But in human beings it cannot be done. There will be no 0.1 children. First, second, there will be third, or there will be none. So here 2.1 means more than 2 means 3. So all are saying 3. So early marriage, early means not before 19 years of age and not beyond 25 years, 19 to 25 years, and 3 children is okay from all sides. So if this is the advice of science, psychology and national policy, why should not one do it? That is a question to be considered. You can tell this, you can start from your own family. Those who are young, they can consider this. We can talk to children, because this is practical. No, we don't want to marry. Why? We don't want to take responsibility. How so? Man is not individual alone, he is a family and he is a society. He is responsible for all these too. We cannot think of the individual alone. Our societal unit is not individual, it is family. Family is the cultural, political, economic, all sorts of unit is family. So man and family. Actually marriage is not a ceremony to legalize and regularize the sexual desires of men and women. It is an apparatus which creates the society. Marrying is not for pleasure only. It is a responsibility. So the extreme individualism has created this complex. We don't want to marry. Also this ego that we are doing something good to our children. Who are you to do it? You are okay, you are taking pains to teach your children better, make them better in terms of earning, etc. But actually it depends on what happens. I made my son an engineer, and while he was going to college, a truck overran him. What can you do? Can you give guarantee? There are so many factors. So why do you worry only 1 and 2 children? All these are reasonable arguments, but the question is not only question of the society. It is question of the families also, question of the individuals also. So if you want to become a sannyasi or sannyasini, it is allowed. Yadareva virajet, tadareva pravrajet. If you have that virakti, you are entitled, without marrying, from the brahmacharya, you jump to sannyas. Okay, Sangha Pracharaks are like that. But if you don't have that virakti, you are going to indulge in relations. Then you have to take the responsibility. That should be told, and they should think all these things. And there cannot be a common law for everything. Every family has to decide what is to be done. But wisdom is in having not a large family, not a small family, but planned family. This is the planned family. 3 children. That is what I think. But as I told you, I am not married. You are more authorized to speak about that. Come on.
Even now, at some places, SCs are not being allowed temple entry. What RSS is doing to change this? Question by Sambasivarao Velagapudi.
As I told you, RSS doesn't do anything else except making men. But making men, those men are trying for this. I just told you Samarastha initiative, what we have to do. So in many places, we have surveys in many states. We study which are the places where temples, water sources and smashans are not open for all Hindus. Then we create some awareness. We talk to people and change their hearts. And all this thing is clear. It is happening in Palamur, I think in Telangana. Many things. Wherever we have strength, we can do this. Strength, not that strength, physical or numbers. Our influence on public mind, if it is okay, we will definitely try to bring all Hindus in all temples, all water sources, all smashans. Because what I told you, make friends in all types of Hindus. The second step is this. When such population increases and they have certain influence, they can convince people. They have to convince people and see that temple entry, water source entry and smashan entry is for all Hindus. So locally in Andhra Pradesh also, that might have been happening everywhere. So just talk with our local Karyakartas, you will get the information. Wherever our strength is there, we are doing that. Wherever strength is not there, we are getting more strength to do this only. Hindu Sanghatan means Samajik Samarastha. With discrimination, there can be no Sanghatan.
Some of the political parties alleges that RSS is against Muslims and Christians, particularly Congress. What are the steps to be taken against such allegations? Why can't we promote our policies more aggressively? Question by Addanki Murali Krishna, Krishna Rao, TV Satyanarayana Raju.
Our policy is not of aggression at all. So we are not invading anybody. We are befriending anybody. So our manner and our mode cannot be aggressive. It will always be conducive. Urging, appealing, befriending, and try to have dialogue. So that is befitting to what we are doing. What do you mean by aggressively? Wherever we are asked the question, we answer. Where we deliver some speech or talk to people, we talk all these things. But there need not be any aggression. If anybody creates some questions or contradictions, controversies, we answer that equally forcefully. So we are not in that sense aggressive, but we are doing it quite all right. Now, allegations are there, not today, since the birth of Sangha. I said since the 1930s, all this mispropaganda is going on. But truth prevails. The man-making work is very tedious work. It consumes most of our time. So we don't have any time to go after those who are alleging us various allegations. Let them allege. They are doing it for 70 years. And we have our own. We are now everywhere. Now even Muslims say that no, RSS are good people. We are having dialogue with them. So who has time to care for those allegations? And what is the necessary? We are enabling, we are strengthening the Hindus. You are doing your exercise. Whatever exercise you do it daily. If someone says, you are exercising, oh, you want to beat someone, whom you are going to beat? What will you say? Nonsense. To be healthy and to be strong is a normal state of every individual. So, to be healthy and be strong is a normal state of Hindu society. We are achieving for that normal state. We are trying to achieve that normal state. People who want to allege, they unnecessarily say, oh, they are organizing Hindus. That means they are against Muslims. I don't know logic of this. And people also now know there is no logic in this. So that is why I don't worry, and you also don't worry about those allegations. Our action answers all allegations.
Next topic is national security. What should we do to stop infiltrations into the country, and how to identify and deport those who are already living illegally in our country? If local authorities are not acting upon our complaints in this regard, what should we do? What about the national security issues in northern states due to illegal entrants? What is the roadmap for stopping demographic changes? Question by Jairam Reddy, Krishna Rao, Padmanabha Reddy, J. Madhusudan Gupta and Venkataramana.
So the imbalance, demographic imbalance, that is due to three reasons, priority wise. The largest percentage of that imbalance is created by conversions. So stopping conversions and reconversions, that is a must for Hindu society. And those activities are going on. There are many people working, not only Swayamsevaks. Arya Samaj is there since its inception. There was one Mashur Ashram. There are individuals also. Many Santa Mahatma do this work. Sangha helps, Sangha Swayamsevak. They help all those, and wherever nobody is working, they start their own work. That is called as Dharma Jagran Samanvay. Hindu Jagao, Hindu Bachao, Hindu Badhao, Hindu Basao. Make people aware, stop conversions, bring back people, and establish them in our society with equality. That is the program, and that is going on. Many organizations, many Santa Mahatmas, many Mathas, they are doing it, and we are trying to bring some coordination, complementariness within them. That is the first thing. We have to teach our children the importance and pride of our tradition, our dharma, our Sanskriti. That we don't do. We knowingly put them in missionary schools to do English medium. We are taking a क्या कहते हैं बकरी का बच्चा हम शेर के मुंह में दे रहे हैं. Why do we do this? You stop this. All these things have to be done by the society, and this awareness is being brought by all these activities. Secondly, it is this infiltration. So to detect, delete and deport. To delete and deport is job of government and administration. And they are very late in awakening, but now they have awakened and they are doing it in their own way. What we can do, we can detect by their bearing, language, we can identify those who are foreigners. we can identify. I cannot describe it, but we can know. Oh, this man has come from outside Bharat. You will find infiltrators everywhere. Maybe in your own homes also. The menial workers, some of them might be from Bangladesh or Rohingyas. But you can identify, little paying attention will make you identify them. You should report to the authorities that why think that this is a foreign infiltrator. Please investigate and keep watch on it. And one thing we can do definitely is we should not provide employment to these foreigners. They work hard and they work in cheap. Therefore, preferentially we get them to do our work. That is wrong. Even if it is a little costly and work is little slow, we should give employment only to the citizens of Bharat and nobody else. This we can do. This we have to do. And if authorities don't listen, then you have to form a group. Form a legal group also. All these things should be formed and duly authorities should be addressed. So they will be compelled to go by the rule, go by law. That can happen. In northeastern states, this conversion and infiltration both have brought out the insurgent tendencies and they have created the security danger on our borders. And the outside nations, they are interested. For example, China. For example, America also. So they want to have these disturbances in our borders so that their own ends are served. That was the security danger posed in the northeastern state. But now there is considerable awareness. The vociferous tendencies have been curbed. And there is a surge in saying that we belong to Bharat. We belong to Swadharma. And those who have come from outside should go out. And in Assam, you are hearing government also is very actively, some people say overactively pursuing this matter. Don't know how they manage politically, but they are doing it. So, okay, answered everything.
How can Bharat strengthen its national security in the areas of cyber warfare and emerging technologies? Question by Srinivasu.
We have to have those technologies with us and we have to master them. And we have to create the logistics inside our country. For example, we have our own servers. Now, everybody knows that most of our data is in Google, etc., in foreign lands, in America. And through America, in China. We should have our own company, like China has its own company. So their data, they don't give to foreigners. We should recover our data, we should protect it. We should be a master of those technologies. That is the only way. Technology is going to come and will be used for the selfish interests of nations. We can say that there should be regulation, etc., etc. Everybody will say, okay, that is very fine, but nobody will do it. Everybody will use the technology for their own dominance. So we have to master those technologies and we should be able to deter all these designs in respect of our country. That is the only way. And I think our young men are doing that now. And they will do the job. Because awareness is also there.
Next topic is politics. Why state and central governments promoting increase in population despite many problems associated with higher population? Question by A. Prasad Rao.
I don't know. You have to ask the governments why they are doing, if they are doing that. Because I have not noticed governments promoting the increase in population. For vote's sake, politicians bring infiltrators from Bangladesh and settle them at the border villages. That has happened in Bengal. I have seen it with my own eyes. Long back. I have seen it long back. It is still continuing. This happens. But publicly they are saying our population should be more. No. On the contrary, they are saying curb the population. Hum do, hamare do. Hum do, hamara ek. That is what they are promoting. They say 2.1, I say 3, they say no. That is their attitude. But if this is happening, I don't know what is their interest. You should ask them.
Can we make EC adequately powerful to act against parties' candidates based on their election manifestos that are causing burden on exchequer? How to reduce election expenses so that a common man can also contest elections? Question by Madhileti Swami.
Actually, common men are now contesting elections in many states. But elections have become very costly. So common man, before contesting elections, first tries to become uncommon man by amassing wealth. And then he enters politics. So, common man coming to elections is not a problem. Our democratic construction of the state is such that it is facilitated. But expenses, that is the problem. Because if one politician gives some alms and people want it, actually people seek for alms and go after who gives more. That is why every politician is in the competition, he has to spend. He spends more, then people seek more. So this way, this goes on multiplying. So there should be election reform. One nation, one election, along with that, reform in the process. For example, no propaganda by candidates. Government do all the propaganda. Government has Doordarshan, various media. They should give equal chance to all parties during election. Why there should be a campaign of propaganda? Now media reaches every hut. Even in jungles, even our Adivasi bandhus, they have mobile. These can be used to provide propaganda for political parties in the days of election. Rest, for all the 5 years they are working among the public. Public knows. If they are not working, they have to work. So propaganda by the government, providing minimum expenditure by the government, allocation to each candidate. That should be done. Give them a time slot for speeches. In this way, if all this expenditure is nationalized, then elections will not be costly for candidates. This also to some extent, this may also regulate the corruption after they get elected. This type of reforms are necessary, but I don't know how much response it will get from the politicians. Because one reform election commission has started, no? They are doing SIR, and you see the opposition. So politics itself has to improve. But these reforms are a must, necessary, and it is high time government should proceed with that.
Next topic is RSS organization. The question is, how can youth solve social problems through RSS? Question by Ananda Swarup.
The social problems are to be solved by society, not by youth or elders, or by this party, or by RSS, or by anybody else. That is what RSS teaches. Don't ask anybody to come and help you. You start working, help will come. Or even if it does come, doesn't matter. You are able to solve your own problems. Once you get at it, you will reach the solution. With this confidence, society should start this. This awakening can be brought by youth. Sangha teaches this, and therefore, through Sangha, coming to Sangha Shakha, getting prepared, and then mingling with the society and creating this atmosphere. That is how we do Gram Vikas. That is how we do Vasti Vikas. There is the Jagran Shreni in each Shakha. Shakha of earners. Shakha of learners is away from all this. They are getting prepared. But in Shakhas of earners, there are prepared people also. So with their help, there is a group formed in the Shakha which goes around the basti or the village daily. See what is required, where it is required. They make the plan. They take the society along with them. And together they solve the problem. They make the arrangements. This type of parivartan is sought by the Shakha going people. So youth can come to Shakhas and participate in that.
How this program, Bhavishya Bharat, is useful for people, particularly youth? Question by Gaurishwar Naidu.
That you have to judge. This program or whole of the RSS work is useful for Bharat. That is what we think. Whether it is useful for each of you or no, I don't know. So if you think that we have to do something that is useful for the country, this is useful for you. If you are seeking, no, there should be something which is useful for me, then there is very little scope in RSS. RSS doesn't give you anything. Not even thank you. On the contrary, you will ask, why didn't you work more? That is the nature. You will get nothing. You will lose everything you have. If you dare, you come. That is our appeal. So, useful to you, I don't know. Useful to country, I am confident. So, those who consider usefulness for Bharat is sufficient for us, they can come to RSS.
What is the policy of RSS regarding downtrodden people of Bharat? Question by TVSN Murthy.
They should not be downtrodden. They should try to rise. And those who are not downtrodden should try to stoop and take them up. Their coming up will be the result of the cooperation from the society. They are downfallen, therefore they should rise. Then automatically nobody can tread upon them because they have now risen. Now they have risen, the people who are above the pit, they should stoop down to take them up, bring them out of the pit. That is what RSS thinks, and RSS tries to do this. Whole Samajik Samarastha is for that. No part of the society should be downtrodden, should be behind in progress. Everybody should have equal opportunity. Everybody should be brought on some equity level in progress, economy, etc., etc. There should be very less distance between the best and good. Nobody should be bad, worse, worst. Everybody should be good. And some of them will be better, some of them will be best. That is bound to be there. But the distance between good, better and best will be minimum. That is the view RSS takes.
Are there any other programs to establish sociologically equal society and making Bharat Vishwaguru beyond Samajika Samarsata Vedika, tribal schools, etc., as they appear to be inadequate? Question by Madhileti Swami.
Oh, I don't think they are inadequate. I think they are compulsory. Without Samarasta, there is no Samata. Why should there be, how can there be Samata if you become equal to me? I naturally think, oh, he was behind me, he's coming here, why should I should lead, I will go ahead. But if I think, oh, he is also coming with me, very good, he is my brother, he was behind, now he is coming, I will help him. That brings samartha. This attitude of awareness, apnapan, is samajik samarastha. Why? There are so many measures taken to bring equality, but it is not still achieved. Why? Because measures were all right, but samarastha was not there. So the measures were used for vested political interests or selfish interests. That is why those for whom those measures were taken, they remained behind. If this apnapan would have been there, then everybody would have tried. The good rules have been installed. Now let us take advantage of this and bring everybody to equal status. But society doesn't do it. Therefore, first thing, we should feel. Feel for our brothers. Wherever they are, whatever they are, howsoever angrily they are talking to us, there may be some hate in their minds, but in spite of all that, they are ours. And due to our negligence, they have gone to that stage. So it is our duty to bring them up to equal status with us as our brothers. With love, we have to do it. That is, when that is done, then measures will automatically give result. Measures, if they are lacking, they will automatically be perfected. That will happen. Otherwise, even measures will not yield results. So, samajik samarastha is anivarya, obligatory to bring equality.
Next topic is women and youth. What is the roadmap for rural women leaders to be active in RSS and nation building activities? Question by Atluri Shanti.
Now, there is a considerable number of women active with the Swayamsevaks in various fields of life. In man-making work also there is a separate organization, namely Rashtra Sevika Samiti, working with the same methodology, same thought process. We help them, they help us. Our agreement is we should run parallel, never meet, but help each other always. They also have got their work at about 7,000 to 10,000 places. They also have got the full-time dedicated prachayikas, 15 numbers. So that work is also growing. But other fields wherein Swayamsevaks are working, the organizations wherein Swayamsevaks are running them, various gatividhis, etc., women are participating. And we tell everybody that their participation should be of equal proportion in activity, in decision, in leadership, everywhere. And they are trying for that. So such women have come together and they have formed a group, namely Mahila Samanvay. Mahila Samanvay, before an year, they had a countrywide Mahila Sammelans in districts and commissionary levels. Leading women were called up, and in about 500 or more Sammelans, 5 lakhs leading women in that area, rural, urban, both, they participated. So their follow-up will go on now. And they are working to educate, empower Indian Bharatiya women in the public life. We believe that under their leadership, we are helping them in all the ways. But leadership has to be taken by women. Men cannot emancipate women. It is the other way around. Always. Woman, if she gets educated and she gets emancipated, she educates and emancipates a family. Man cannot do that. So, under their leadership, we are proceeding. And they are planning to spread all over. Women world of Bharat is so diverse. Economically, geographically, traditionally, there are so many kinds. So every specific kind is to be thought of separately, and accordingly the methodology has to be invented to work there, empower and enable them to come to public life. That thing has now started. It will increase slowly. So that is our plan. You can join in Mahila Samanvaya and do this. Contact with local Karyakartas, they will provide you other information.
What concrete steps can be taken to reconnect young Indians with indigenous cultural traditions while remaining relevant in globalized world? Question by C. Sudhakar Reddy.
If you want to remain relevant in globalized world, you have to, as I said, you have to resort to our own traditions. That is the experience of young generation. People were from 79 countries came to Hyderabad. And there about 500 were young, born and brought up there. Hindu students and Hindu girls were there. Their experience tells us the Sanatana Dharma values, Hindu values are necessary to remain relevant. And we also experience this. People from all over the world come to see RSS now. All the 5 continents, Americans, Europeans, Africans, Australians, Southeast Asians, Middle Eastern people, they come, they see, they ask so many questions. One common question they ask at the last. They tell us, sir, we want to do something like this for our young generation. Will you train us? That is their question. They also don't have any other way. They are asking us to train them. And this is happening. They are not only asking questions. In certain countries, they have started this. And we provide all the assistance. Because as a Hindu society, we are praying for the welfare of whole world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So we have found a good way to progress as a human being. You want to have it, okay, we give it free of cost. You be like us, we don't mind. So, the very same values are very relevant in globalized world. So, what should we do? We should start from our own home. We say that reconnect young Indians with indigenous cultural traditions. But where are the indigenous cultural traditions? Are you taking them to museums to see those traditions? It is not useful. There are museums of very many things. Those are the things which are past, gone by. They have to experience a living tradition. So, if they come to Bharat, they should find those traditions being lived by the families in every walk of life. So, first we have to prepare our homes, our families, our villages, our towns, our mohalla. Then those who come to see Bharat. Now I went sometime back in UK. Young men there asked, we want to learn Sangha Karya Paddhati. We have our work here, training camps, we also heard. But we want to learn it in Bharat. So they came to Bharat. They took training here. But that training was not only programmatic. They could experience our Karya Paddhati working in Bharatiya way. Everywhere they go. So they saw that this is working and this is yielding results. So this type of exchange have to be there. So our young generation should see the tradition in life. It is working, it is yielding results. Then they will be proud of it, they will become fast to it, and they will propagate it everywhere they go. So start from our own home. I talked about Kutumba Prabodhan. It is intended to be this work only.
What is the role of women in RSS in this digital era? How can women contribute to the nation building? Question by Lakshmi.
Without contribution of women, there can be no nation built. No nation can be built without contribution, because in Bharat particularly, they are 50% of the society. So without contribution of women, it is not happen. It cannot happen. And to bring about that, we have to empower the women. We will not need to train them much. They know it better than us. They already manage a family. Children, old men, husband, everybody. So they are experts. At a time, so many things they are doing, and doing everything successfully. So just let them do what they want to. Make them aware, enable them, and let them do whatever they want to. पुरुष महिला का उद्धार नहीं कर सकता, महिला सबका उद्धार कर सकता। तो उनको वो प्रोमिनेंस देना चाहिए। मैं ये महिला श्रेष्ठ पुरुष कनिष्ठ ऐसे नहीं कह रहा हूँ, या पुरुष श्रेष्ठ महिला कनिष्ठ ऐसे नहीं कह रहा हूँ। हमारे सिस्टम में these two are necessary complements. Without these two, there can be no Srishti. So together they can bring about progress. Together they can bring about many things. और इसलिए उनको बराबरी का डिसीजन में, एक्शन में, लीडरशिप में स्थान देना, उसके लिए उनको इक्विप करना, उसके लिए उनको अवसर देना, ये हमको करना पड़ेगा।
How to protect Hindu women from Muslim boys? Question by B. Venkatesh.
अब ये कोई गणित जैसा आंसर नहीं है ना, जहाँ जैसे सिचुएशन है वहाँ वैसे करना है। बट जनरली हमारे our children must know what we are and be aware of that. Muslim boys, etc., is not communalism. You see, ours is Sanatan Parampara. It is inclusive. It is inclusive, it gives equal importance to men and women. It doesn't discriminate between the two. That content is absent in Islamic tradition, Christian tradition. Family values हमारे यहाँ है. This education must be done of our children, and how to avoid danger, that behavior, how to dress that so that there is no danger, without curbing our urges for a beautiful dress, etc., etc. Give justice to them, but be aware and avoid the danger. Then physical training for protection. The Vidyarthi Parishad Sangathan, they do this. Mission Sahasi, they say. They equip the girls with self-defense techniques. That should be done. The elders of the society should keep watch on streets. What happens? Who goes where? If there are new persons coming, what are they doing here? A group of citizens should make the administration aware, especially on the college entrances, etc., etc. What should be kept? There are many things to be done. So, where you want to do this, what is the situation there, we have to consider this and take necessary steps. But we have to do this.
This is the last question, and the topic is other issues. How can we bring in judicial accountability so that powerful and well-connected people alone get quick justice?
Again the goof. Judicial accountability so that powerful and well-connected people alone get the quick justice. No, that question is just reverse. Now, even people who are not powerful and well-connected should get quick justice. That is the import. तो उल्टा हो गया क्वेश्चन. तो ठीक है, जुडिशियल अकाउंटेबिलिटी कैसे लाना, ये जो टेक्निकल क्वेश्चन है उसमें मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. That is a judicial matter again to be addressed by the justices and law ministry. But we can create persons who go to judiciary and who see to it that even those who are not well connected, they get the justice. See, Sangha does only one work, man making, and that is the key to everything. If you have good men, they will do everything good. It is said that in one, no, I will conclude. I think this is the last question now.
Yes, sir.
I will start my conclusion. A chief minister, people of Japan went to his states and saw the conditions of roads. Very, very, very unhappy, and they went to chief minister. They said, "What you have made of your state? Such bad roads. You come to Japan or give your Bihar to us. Within 2 weeks, we'll transform it into Japan. We'll make it like Japan." Minister said, "What is that? Give her Japan for 7 days. I will make it like Bihar." That kissa was going round. Meaning is clear. Good men use system for good work. Bad men make systems bad. Even bad systems are improved by good people. And even good systems are corrupted by bad people. So key is the man. The experience of founder of Dr. Sangha, Dr. Hedgewar, he was just like this. He worked in every work. He was a revolutionary. He was a Congress activist. He was a reformer. He was also working with Ramakrishna Mission, etc., etc. in his students' days. And he saw there that people are working for the sake of fashion, for the sake of selfish interest, or to satisfy their ego. There is no devotion, dedication. So they take the responsibility and then don't act responsibly. To manage a plenary session of, manage a adivation of Congress in 1920 in Nagpur. Dr. Hedgewar was in charge of all the arrangements. Oh, he saw those who call themselves volunteer. They come there, they enjoy the food, and they do no work. They are expected to come in particular dress. They don't. There is no discipline. There is no work culture. Then he realized that there are so many people of giving very good thoughts to the country. There is such a lofty, glorious tradition of philosophy in our country. We have seen such a glory of our Mahapurushas in our itihas, in our history. And still we are in this condition. Why? Because we have corrupted in our qualities. We don't know who we are. We don't know what is our legacy. We don't know what is our responsibility. We don't know that we are one society. Okay, theoretically we know, we don't behave like that. Our habits are totally corrupted. We have to create good men, so that every good work can be fulfilled to its full import. That is why he started with creating men. There is a famous 5-line poem, Men with capital M. This men with capital M. Swami Vivekananda also said, men with capital M. So, Sangha does only that. We inculcate all these things, this discipline, this dedication to the ideal, and this Atmiyata, Shuddha Sattvic love. These three constitute the Sangatana. Organization is not only a Rachana, in charge of this, in charge of that, this. No. Organization is the spirit of oneness. We belong to each other, we are for each other. Everybody for one and one for everybody. Every individual is necessary, no individual is indispensable. Such type of work culture, and on that basis we have to fulfill a goal. We have dedicated ourselves for the fulfillment of that goal. So we have to have some discipline. That discipline is not dictated, is not imposed. Discipline is accepted. Man becomes one with that discipline. So there is no disciplinary action committee, but still discipline is followed. That type of society can make its nation great. For this, Sangha work is going on. Because there is no other go. There is no other go. If you want to some good in your life, you have to have these qualities. You also have to have the skill to work with other peoples, to take other people along with you in your work. If you cannot remain at good relations with other individuals, you cannot do a big work. You can do individually some things you will do. But to construct a nation or to rise up a nation is not a small job. It has to be done collectively. So collectivity is also important. These basic qualities are there in Sangha Swayamsevaks because they go through this daily 1 hour practice of Shakha. Come for 1 hour, forget everything else. Remember only Bharat Mata, our holy tradition of our ancestors, our Sanskriti, and with the love in mind for Bharat Mata and Bharat Mata's sons, play with everybody in Bharat Mata's soil. Don't ask what caste he belongs to, how many he earns, whether he is educated or not. He is yours, bas, nothing else. And grow together, work together, stay together, come together daily. This creates a purpose in life. And when there is a goal, there is discipline. Goal gives you direction, direction gives you discipline. An iron bar, its molecules are disarranged haphazardly. But when you apply some chumbak, magnet, then they stand in one direction. Then it has the power of magnetism. Similarly, in human beings, if you have a purpose, you have a direction. That direction gives you discipline which you gladly accept. Become one with that. And it is very not easy job. It extracts its toll. But you should not feel the exertion, the hardness of discipline. That happens when each of you belongs to each other. As the travelers on the same path towards same goal, we belong to each other. There is love. Shuddha Sattvic love in between them. These three constitute Sangatana. Society has to be like that. There is no other way. There were so many leaders, so many ideals. The world doesn't have such glorious tradition, galaxy of great men as we have. Nowhere we are lacking only one respect, Sangatit Samaj. Society, when is organized, it needs nobody to help it. It takes its fate in its own hands, and shapes its future. It doesn't. Then God helps them. God helps those who help themselves. That has to be done. So Sangha's appeal is this. What will you do for the Hindu society? No, nobody can do anything for Hindu society. Hindu society has to do everything in its own cause. Our work is to prepare the Hindu society. So many questions we have asked. What about education and this and that? We did not worry about it. Even now we don't worry about it. We concentrate on giving good men. They go to various walks of life in field and do good things. They have connect with the society because they feel that everybody is mine. And whatever they see, they have to cure it, they have to correct it, they have got the discipline to do it diligently. They do it. This is the work of Sangha. So you can come directly to Sangha work because this is very painstaking and very, very, time consuming work. If you want to come, you can come here. Otherwise, there are other aspects wherein Savainsaks are working, you can join them. But whatever, you first see the Sangha from inside. Don't assess about Sangha on the basis of perceptions or propaganda. See for yourselves, form your opinion, and whatever you decide is okay for us. Even if you, after seeing RSS from inside, decide to oppose RSS, we will be satisfied because there is a person who opposes us not on the basis of propaganda, on the basis of facts. Okay. His opposition will help us improve. We will welcome it. But never go that someone says RSS is like this. Many people, why do you oppose? They say, call you communal. Are you communal? You come and see. Don't go on what they say. You decide for yourself. That is our appeal. So I invite you to various occasions. If you get the invitation or if you don't get invitation, you can come, see us from inside, decide for yourself, and if you decide favorably, then join this great effort to uplift our nation to the destined position it should occupy and deliver the duty towards the global civilization. Thank you very much.
Please one question, sir. Important question.
సమయం
An important question, sir.
అందరూ
Question aadha, sir. ఈ కళలు అనేవి భారతీయ సంస్కృతి సంప్రదాయాలకి నిలువుటద్దం అవి నేడు అంతరించిపోతున్నాయి. కళాకారుల్ని కాపాడుకోవటం, ఆర్ఎస్ఎస్ కళాకారుల్ని దగ్గరికి తీసుకోవటం, ఆర్ఎస్ఎస్ కళాకారుల కింద చేయటం, ఈ కాన్సెప్ట్ మీద ఈ కళల గురించి నేను ఒక కళాకారుడిగా ఇక్కడికి వచ్చాను. ఆ కళల గురించి ఎవరు కూడా ఒక
ఆర్ట్స్ అండ్ కల్చర్, ఆర్ట్స్ రిగార్డింగ్ ఆర్ట్స్.
How to protect the artists of India by RSS?
I told you RSS runs only Shaka. Nothing for anybody else, even not for our Swayamsevaks. But Swayamsevaks have formed one organization. It is known as Sanskar Bharati. It will take care of all this. It is taking care of all this. So you please, if you are artist, you join Sanskar Bharati. Or if you are not, to satisfy your query, you go to Sanskar Bharati, discuss with them. Local Karyakartas will tell you whom to meet. Thank you. Okay, sir, this can go on for days together. But in the course of our meetings, this
Andaru-
will happen.
అందరూ లేచి నిలిచి ఉంటాము, అటెన్షన్లో ఉంటాము. జాతీయ గీతం ఉంటుంది, అటెన్షన్లో ఉంటాం. వచ్చినటువంటి అందరూ కూడా ఉదయం అల్పాహారం చేసిన చోటే భోజన వసతి ఉంటుంది. అందరూ తప్పకుండా భోజనాన్ని స్వీకరించి భోజన సమయంలో కూడా ప్రాంత క్షేత్ర అధికారులు మనతో కలిసి భోజనం చేస్తారు. వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడుకుంటూ మరిన్ని సందేహాలు ఏవైనా ఉంటే ప్రాంత క్షేత్ర అధికారుల ద్వారా ఆ సందేహాలను తొలగించుకొని మనం ఈ ప్రెమిసెస్ నుంచి బయటికి వెళ్తాం. మనకి ఏదైనా సౌకర్యం అవసరం ఉంది, ఏదైనా ఉంటే మన కార్యకర్తలు కలిస్తే వాళ్ళు సహకరించేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు. ఏదైనా అసౌకర్యం ఉన్నప్పటికీ దాన్ని మన కార్యకర్తలు కలిసి అసౌకర్యాన్ని తెలియజేసి వారి యొక్క సహకారాన్ని తీసుకోవాల్సిందిగా కోరుచున్నాము. ధన్యవాదాలు. ప్రాంత కార్యకారిణి 3 గంటలకి మన రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చేసి అక్కడి నుంచి అందరూ కలిసి బయలుదేరుతాం.
శాఖ పోతాగా మరి. హలో తీసుకొని రా మరి. హలో